Ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the North American Squad League playoffs. As always, I am joined by the one and only T-Rex and G Diego. How are you guys doing tonight on this day 2 of these great teams clashing?
I'm doing very, very well. Thank you for asking, Private. Very excited for the games that are coming tonight. Very excited as we move closer and closer into these playoffs and get closer to the finals. You know, we had a great night last night, and I think tonight should be followed up with one just as good.
I think as well, and I'm glad to be here, so I can't wait to see these games go, or these teams go at it. I mean, we got Simpsons, Vec Fantasy Main as our first round here, Private.
Yeah, if you guys missed it yesterday, we saw Ackerman moving on to the second round, as well as Team First Blood and the Valley. And as Aiko just mentioned, tonight we are going to be seeing the Simpsons taking on Vec Fantasy Main, as well as Deuce Knights taking on Insomniacs in our lower bracket. And also the mystery in that lower bracket is who will be meeting Ethereal down there to cap and round out our night tonight. But before we get into there, we do have a very special event happening this weekend due to some great sponsorship.
Giveaway.
Giveaways tonight. If you guys don't know, it's going to be 10 epic skins. So 10 of you lucky viewers are going to be able to win an epic skin courtesy of Eclipse with a K.GG. If you guys don't know what Eclipse is, it is an automated clipping service. Basically, you register for an account there and it pulls your streams, or you can upload videos of your Mobile Legends games to it, and it automatically is able to take your kills, your victories, even some of your deaths, and it uploads them into a highlight reel. There's even an option in there for you to be able to upload it to TikTok real easily for some of you content creators out there who can't be arsed with like making the highlight reels yourself. Yeah, it takes a while too, especially when you start getting into these movie programs to try to create that. But they take all of the hassle out of that themselves to be able to create these highlight reels for you. So it takes out all of the time for it. But tonight, all you need to do is register. Go to our Discord link. It should be in the description below, and it will have a link for you guys to register. Then you post a screenshot in our Discord, and you will be entered for a chance to win one of these lovely epic skins. Also, it's not all about you guys. They even added $200 to the prize pool, which these teams here tonight are going to be competing for, adding a grand total of $1,700 to the North American Squad League prize pool. And man, that it's already, and I'm loving the growth that we've had with it, and even getting a sponsor like this is just so exciting.
Yeah, definitely very exciting, and it's been awesome to, you know, start getting some notice from some companies, some people that see we're doing things, especially involved with Mobile Legends. So being able to get a sponsor like this is definitely awesome, especially for the first weekend of the playoffs. It just lined up so well, and it gives us a way to give back to the community, right? But enough of that, because we have the Simpsons going up against Vec Fantasy Main. Now, all of us did do some playoff predictions, right? And so far, all three of us, I think, our predictions are looking good. Now, I don't remember what you guys voted on this one. Personally, I gotta give it to the Simpsons. I just feel like they're a strong team right now, and Vec Fantasy, they're not there yet for me.
I'm definitely leaning towards the same route. You know, I'm definitely, the Simpsons have always had it. They've always been a competitive team. You know, like they put in like the boots in the dirt against some of these major teams that have made it into the higher NACT. So, but without further ado, I think we need to get into these games here. We've been talking about everything for so long. Let's get her done. Let these teams go at it.
Yeah, one of the more amazing things as we go into this first draft for the Simpsons taking on Vec Fantasy Main is like how it transitions once we get with some of these newer teams. At the first series we casted yesterday, we saw nothing but Masha bans, as well as a few Natalia bans that kind of have remained a standard. Well, I want to say a newer standard in NA, along with those normal Valentina bans. But as T-Rex had mentioned yesterday, we're starting to creep in as people are starting to get worried about Beatrix now.
I would be worried.
Just such a she's so broken, man. Like what? Literally like 3 shotgun shells to the base, and
sometimes
it's
one.
over. Like you don't even have to kill. So like literally like, and we're not just. Like this is even if you take 2 deaths in the early game. This is even if you kind of fall off. Like. Let alone if you go like if you get 2 kills or you even go 0-0 and like if you just go like 0-0-0 for the first 5 minutes, you're good in the mid game. Like you are set. You're literally one of the best, and your utility capabilities, everything from stealing lords to being upfront and personal to having range to having DPS if you need to shred down tanks. She just has the whole package right now. So the teams are definitely respecting that.
And I think the same comes by. I mean, they're just banning fast right now. They already know what they're up to. But the same goes with Masha. You know, Masha just has that insane roam, could side lane, and has way too much HP. But the first pick that gets locked in is Balmond Private.
Yeah, and as we know, Balmond really does unleash a wave of offense in that early game, able to clear his jungle so quickly, which allows him to transition into the enemy's jungle and provide a ton of offense that kind of keeps them back and second guessing, trying to get their minions in the jungle. So it's going to be looking at what VFM can do to try to counter that, because I mean, we've seen it over and over again. Balmond, you need to be able to match that speed or be able to counter rotate him.
Most definitely. And he's just become such a it's insane over here how many teams are priority. And I don't think it's insane because I think he's a solid pick, but just how much of a priority the Balmond is. And it's not just to one team. It's not like one jungler really favors him. Several teams are making him very, very important. Now, followed up by that, we do see the Wan fall over into the hands of VFM, also the Eve, and then the Claude and the Esmeralda now getting picked up. Both teams solidifying a little bit on both sides.
Yeah, and it's gonna be interesting. We do have the set potential from VFM with that Valentina, as well as like that back lane when we get into the late game with the Wan. But over on the side of the Simpsons, that tanky shredder in Claude, once he gets that Demon Hunter sword and golden staff, he's almost like, I mean, the amount of damage that he can output, not just to a single person but an entire team, is amazing. And then that tankiness from the Esmeralda. But we do see a little bit of a match when picking up the Franco on the side of VFM here to kind of match that early game harassment and outputs that we'll get from the Balmond.
Yeah, and I mean, the Franco is also a good play to possibly catch and stop the Claude from being able to get into the back lane and be able to, you know, suppress and put some pressure on the Balmond around turtles and objectives. And I feel like from the side of Vec Fantasy main, that's what they're going to have to do, picking this Franco here.
Now, I do really like the Franco pick a lot, especially against the Balmond. We saw some games last night, and I've seen it before, where like the Franco can kind of be that defense for whatever jungler you end up putting in, because Balmond, that's, as you meant, like he's just so good at invading, putting pressure, and Franco can kind of be that wall to stop him. Not to mention if the Esmeralda wants to try to dive in, same with Claude, he knows he needs to dance around that bloody hunt. He's just, Franco can always be that slight scare, right? Like that, like, we have to take this team fight carefully, you know? Looking at the rest of these bans, Simpsons really focusing in onto these EXP laners and also possible junglers for VFM here. And I feel like you kind of hit two birds with one stone with the Dairoth pick. You possibly hit 2 birds with one stone even with the Paquito pick. We haven't seen a lot of successful jungles, but it could still be a possibility, but not anymore.
Yeah, I feel like right now we're looking on the Simpsons side for some type of setting potential, i.e. a Kufra, a Lolita, because that will allow the Belmont to get in with the damage, that blazing duet to come in and spread all over the entire team. Some type of slow there that will be able to set this team up for victory. We do see, it looks like we're going to be going and leaning on this Grok. I'm not sure, waiting for it, because they always fool me when I say that they're going to pick it and then they end up changing it like at the last second. But Grok does, I do understand it. He does have that wild charge, which will be able to blaze through the opponent team, pop them up, and if he's near a wall, get that stun onto them as well.
Diggy is my name.
They're having a tough decision here. I personally, right now, I would probably pick a Kagura, but they decide to go with the Lilia.
Now, I like the Lilia. I think the Lilia adds even more early mid-game aggression paired up with this Balmond. And then the Diggy, normally a bit more of a passive hero, can also make some decent plays with that second skill reverse time, right? If you're trying to get away, Lilia is going to be all over you. You get pulled back into those bombs and it's going to be very rough. Not only that, but it adds even more to the possible tower dive capabilities. You know, you got a Lilia here, you got a Diggy, and you got a Balmond in the mid. I see very aggressive ganks happening. I see trying to get under these towers, popping black shoes, you know, reverse times, time journey, and just what it spells out for me is just like early mid-game aggression right there.
Yeah, early mid-game aggression. And from the side of the Simpsons, I'm actually surprised no one picked up any Purifies to possibly counter the Franco. So to me, it seems like they're not worried about it because they have the Diggy.
Yeah, that's a lot of eggs in a very small basket of that time journey there, because there is a lot of a CC on the side of VFM here. So I mean, all they really need to do is kind of rotate their hits to kind of to bait out that time journey, and they might have a little bit more trouble than they want. But we're already here. Game 1 of the Simpsons taking on VFM.
Yeah, definitely excited for this game. Simpsons, like I said, I think are going to try to bring it in pretty aggressive. Maybe try to really focus into this gold lane, focus on these off lanes, try to secure these early game objectives. Whereas when I look at the side of Vec Fantasy main, I think maybe play a bit more passive. We haven't seen the Karina be too prominent, at least hasn't done too well so far in the playoffs. We've seen it picked a couple times, has kind of fallen off overall. Now, in the off lane, you do have that Thamus who has been very dominating, and if you can get some early game rotations, it could help out, I think, for VFM in this early mid game.
Yeah, and another thing, you know, is that I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, a Diggy's win rate is really low. I don't know if I could, maybe 1 out of like the 3 games that was played with Diggy last the day 1 of the playoffs did not turn out very well. So I'm going to see what Damien can possibly get done with the Diggy this time around.
Well, now I think he could do something. I like the Diggy. I like it personally, but I mean, it hasn't done amazing, but I still think it's very solid.
Ooh, we did see almost a little bit of an engagement there. Alex not close enough to get on the Coal World as they were able to create that distance. Again, good job in protecting and Diggy with his awareness here to be able to get out of there, because that's one of the biggest problems with a Diggy, is being able to kind of survive in these early opening minutes.
Most definitely. Now the turtle will be coming up here. Side of Simpsons already kind of claiming over the objective. Alex is going to be a little bit behind on this, and I'm wondering if he's going to try to contest for this.
Yeah, that reverse time did kind of slow him down, did allow the side of Simpsons to go ahead and latch onto that turtle to get that without much, countering from the side of VFM.
Ooh, oh, got a crab instead, you know? Yeah, I think it's going to come down to the mid games here, you know? Like, I feel like that's when both teams are going to actually start shining. And I think they might actually come out a little bit even. Besides that, what we're going to have to see from Nicolette is just, again, and I want to reiterate it, is that just we need to see the Franco sets. If the side of the Simpsons can dodge hooks, stay out of range, it could smell trouble for VFM. Ooh.
Yeah, we do see that that lethal counter does come out, but not enough damage onto Alex, who's still being knocked on right now. Here comes the blazing duet, followed by the ult, that real world manipulation, but not enough to help out a lot. Look at all the damage he's actually taken from Nate on this Lilia. He's gonna have to disengage there. Nate, the lone person standing there after all those bombs going off there. So we are 1-1 apiece here as we go into the 3rd minute.
And not only 1-1, but a jungler for jungler. So overall, a pretty even trade. But one thing we have to look at on the side of the Simpsons here, we have almost 1,000 gold lead already. I don't know if that's going all towards the gold lane or what, but what I can say is the Simpsons are scaling up a little bit faster in their rotations, farming just a little bit quicker. It's not like they've done any big kills to get this gold lead. They are just outclassing them in some of this laning phase.
As we can see, this is really good positioning by Cold World, just making sure that even if they are trying to push this tower, that he's staying back and not getting picked off early, because that's not what you want. But they are taking a lot of gold plating off of this top tower.
Yeah, not enough to actually take down the top tower, but enough to kind of ward off. You did see Franco up there trying to provide a little bit of distance while they were able to kind of work off most of that gold. But they are setting up here for this turtle. We see it activated on right now. It's going over to the side of the Simpsons. The rest of BFM not in a position right now to really contest it. They're on to best player up at the top, though, and we do see that lethal counter come down to secure the turtle. And there we have a crossbow attack, but not enough damage this early in the game to really be a threat to the Simpsons.
So the side of Simpsons get this turtle, which could be very helpful, especially if they want to try to be a bit more aggressive here. This is going to help scale them even more in this gold lead. We went from 1K to about 2K or 1.5K, right? Which is a pretty decent amount at 5 minutes. And we're starting to see, even with best player getting that crossbow of Tang off, he doesn't have any deaths, but the damage just isn't there. Now, I could say the same for Cold World, but I feel like Cold World may pop off just a little bit sooner than best player will if the Simpsons can keep up this pace.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest thing that we're seeing again is that gold. Even though they did get a lot of that gold plating, you just got to give it up to Cold World on that positioning. And now even the rotation cleared the top lane, and allowing Cold World to, you know, push into the mid. And we're seeing that quite often from him. So I definitely, into the later game, watch out for the Claw sneak into the back and take out a lot of their power from the side of BFM.
Yeah, but he's still going to have to be careful when he brings in those engages, right? Like, if he does, there's always that threat, as I mentioned, Nicolette on this Franco. Not only that, but, like, Alex with that death maybe slowed down a little bit, but 1-1 does have the capability as well to dance around. It's just going to be really hard to catch a Claude with that battle mirror image. Wait a second.
Got the suppression.
Yeah, a little bit of engagement down here at the bottom. We see Cauterant Inferno does get activated. Luke Pierce is able to get away, and now they are on the disengage, but Luke does not really want them to go away. Quietly is starting to chase them down. Here comes a blazing duet to surprise them. Alex gets taken down along with Sayori. What a great read by the Simpsons.
That map reaction, that was insane, T-Rex.
So clutch. The fact that Cold World, I'm looking at the mini map, I'm watching as they run away, and I see Cold World and Nate coming in towards that blue buff, and they just get sandwiched in there. Alex caught off guard. A wonderful rotation and read from the Simpsons there.
Yeah, the rotation and the choke on that play was super key. And like I was saying, just the overall of cutting lanes. And I felt like that from the very beginning. Everybody went for sprint beside Cold World, went more for the flicker. So we are seeing them go for more like that, T-Rex.
Yeah, very fast boys on the side of the Simpsons right now. Now, we're encroaching into the 7-minute mark, right? 3,000 gold lead for the side of the Simpsons. Claude just locked in that golden staff. Promise in a bad spot here, though.
Yeah, we see that suppression does come down. Here comes the crossbow of Tail. Is able to take down Promise, trying to put on some damage onto Luke. It's not going to be enough, and we see that lethal counter does come out there, but they are not able to put enough damage on to the Simpsons jungler. They do get one for their efforts, though.
I don't know if you caught, but he did get the gold crab with that lethal counter, and that might have been the play.
I don't know if that was the play. I think it was a plus. They did lose a tower there, and I think it's good that, like, at least VFM takes that gold lane tower. It's going to give best player a little bit of an advantage here when it comes to these rotations, as we've seen him kind of lacking behind. Cold World's been a little bit ahead, moving into that mid lane when he needs to, as we saw earlier when they caught Alex. Now, taking a look at the items, we do see Cold World at 5,800 already. Best player is almost more than a full 1,000 behind. And as I've said, as I've stressed about, gold lanes win games. And with Claude already scaling to a decent point, he's got the DHS in, he's got the golden wand in. I mean, it's looking a little rough. This is going to help Cold World hit this mid game spike even harder.
Yeah, we are setting up for a little bit of a gank here. Here comes the Blazing Duet, able to take down best player quite quickly. Nicolette in a little bit of trouble here. It is going to get taken down as well, and they make short work of this top tower. They are now inside that real world manipulation. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, as Alex is trying to get a little bit of damage onto them, but I mean, they're really not doing enough to kind of to prevent this.
Yeah, and that kind of cleans up a lot of the towers. So all first tier towers down, and gonna be like an uncontested Lord push here for the Simpsons T-Rex.
I don't think they can contest it at all. I think at this point, the Vec Fantasy just kind of needs to sit back and wait. They need to be patient, try to get best player another item or two in. And Jules Cutie also someone that we got to keep our eyes on. He has 0 deaths. We know the Thamus can be crucial. He may start to fall off towards the late game, so I think he needs to maybe start putting some pressure out now. The problem is with Cold World now being so involved in these team fights, Jules Cutie won't be able to be as impactful as maybe he wants to. So I don't know if VFM wants to maybe go for some more split pushing after this Lord push, you know, try something a bit different, because if you just meet the Simpsons head on, you're probably not going to win out.
Yeah, and I think they might want to try to end this early here, Private, but they might be going at it.
Yeah, Lord is knocking on the door. Here comes a Blazing Duet, and look how quickly it's able to shred down Nicolette as we dive deeper into the back lane. Cold World able to take down that tower as the rest of Simpsons pushing through mid. Is the rest of VFM going to be able to stop this? We see best player coming off with a crossbow attack of his own, is able to get the kill onto Cold World. So that is a marksman getting taken out, but followed shortly behind by Jules Cutie. So it is a 1-for-2 trade there, and they are still working on this inhibitor tower. We do see a hook, does land, and the suppression down now, also taking down Promise, best player, and the rest of VFM pushing now into enemy.
Yeah, I mean, I got a feeling they're gonna be able to take this here.
Yeah, and it's right now up at the top. You can see that they are able to defend it and push the rest of the Simpsons back. So they're going to be able to reset on the map, and maybe a little bit of a breath that they were looking for on the side of VFM.
Yeah, at this point, VFM does survive that Lord push, right? And luckily, the Simpsons only get 1 inhibitor out of that, which will be crucial, right? They can maybe even survive another Lord push. One thing I do have to point out is best player did finally get a crossbow. Tang out was able to actually take down some players with it. So it seems like maybe his damage is finally getting to a point where he can be impactful in these fights. Now, I've been talking about the Simpsons early to mid game, but we can't sleep on the fact that Vec Fantasy main does have a decent mid game, late game as well, right? You have this Yves, and I think as long as the side of Vec Fantasy main can maybe hold on here, they're at a pretty big deficit, 6K, but if they can hold on and use this Franco, maybe get some picks. But wait a second, conceal play coming in.
Yeah, we see the concealed play coming in, a lot of damage coming down, and we do see that time journey as they are chasing. Sayori gets taken down by Cold World. Alex and Jules Cutie are on the run, trying to split up to see if they can get away. Nicolette gets taken down off screen, and right now we are on a chase. I don't know where to focus right now. Alex gets taken down. Jules Cutie, the last one left on his team, including best player, and I don't know if they're going to be able to stop this push. The Simpsons coming in strong. They have minions at the gates, and even a crossbow at Tang is not enough damage to kind of fend them off, and this is halfway, a quarter, and that is game. First one going to the Simpsons.
Yeah, the Simpsons take a beautiful game there, and just textbook, I feel like, you know, they carry that out exactly how I felt they were going to. In the very beginning, Luke Pierce does take a 1-for-1 trade against Alex there, but let's look at that Lilia 4-0-6, just from start to finish was on fire that game, even sending Sayori back to the base in like the first minute, picking up where Luke left off after taking that death. We could tell the aggression was there and they were able to make the plays that counted.
Yeah, not just even the singular. I mean, you could see Nate doing the standout star there, but man, what we were seeing from them, even when VFM was putting on the offense, even the moment that they missed or were not able to complete a gank, so they tried to retreat. The rest of the Simpsons, the ability, the quickness, and the speed in which they were able to close ranks around VFM to punish them for every single failed attempt at a gank or anything that they were doing. I mean, we saw it midway through the match where Nicolette came in, missed the hook, so then the entire team was trying to disengage, and they were sandwiched and flanked by the Simpsons, who got basically 4 kills out of that one.
Definitely. I mean, it was definitely a good game, and to be honest, I felt like the Simpsons, they wanted to end that very early, just because of the burst potential of possibly a Karina and the Wanwan into that late game. And so with the scaling of Cold World, why not just go for it? They cleaned them up. Everybody was split up. I feel like it was well executed.
Yeah, one more thing to pull out to talk about is, some of the things we missed that we didn't get to see that game, right? Like, Nicolette was never able to really land any crucial hooks, Normally, when the Franco's on the field, we're shouting every minute, like, oh, and it just didn't seem
There's
like
the hook counter
was there that day. And I'm not saying that Nicolette can't do that, because I've seen her play the Franco, I've seen her do it well, but that game, it just seemed like it wasn't there, right? The pressure from that. The Thamus as well, man, had a lot of, we never got to see any real pressure come out from it. And it just feels like OSP were able to shut down anything that VFM were going to bring in those early stages very simply. So I think this time VFM needs to reevaluate, right? They need to think about what they're going to prioritize here. Are we going to go for the Ballman? Are we going to band it? Because I definitely don't think they want to let that fall into the hands of the Simpsons again. I don't know if we want to let those early game pressure fall into the hands of the Simpsons for this game. And that means you either need to ban it off the field or take it for yourselves.
Well, that also comes down to, I feel like that early game was kind of wrought out as soon as Diggy got his time journey. I mean, we saw the early game real world manipulation come down, but it wasn't enough. Not only that, but coupled with a time journey, the Simpsons were basically just charging through the line of VFM very early in the game. And they took that early lead that they had, that early harassment with the Balmond, with Diggy, and they used it and they kept on pushing because they weren't exactly, their composition wasn't exactly a late game slouch. I mean, you still had the Claude on there to be able to deal and dish out a decent amount of damage. You still had Lilia there. So, I mean, at end game, it really, when you lost that beginning and that opening, it was kind of downhill from there, and they never were able to catch their breath where BFM.
Yeah, the Simpsons just hit the gas and kept it moving, and you're right, they weren't in. One thing I have to question, right, is so far the Karina has not had the greatest statements recently, I would say. Like, just hasn't really, and I don't know if it's because of the teams, I don't know if it's because of the players, I don't know if it's just because of Karina. So, my question is do we think the Karina jungle meta at this point, is it just completely over? Do you guys think like there's a shimmer of hope for it? Do you think it just needs the right comp around it? Or do we think it's just kind of done for?
I think it might be. It just all depends on the player and the teams and how it is. But I think in the tournament scene, the Karinas just a lot of people just know how to counter it. It's just like how Jawhead went out. Like, everybody knew how to get to avoid Jawhead and get out of the way of the toss. It's the same thing as the Karina. To just run away when she hits the sprint button.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. I mean, I haven't been a huge fan of her ever since the kind of difference, the changes to that tank arena that we've seen. But I mean, it's they're trying things. But we're going to see what we have right now. We do see that VFM has elected to go ahead and start on the blue side, which means they're going to go ahead and have first pick for this next banning phase.
Yeah, so that's the question, right? What do they want to be their first pick? Now, it seemed like they were quick to answer back to that Ballman pick. Like, they really felt kind of like, all right, we get to Juan, we get to Esmeralda, it's solid, but there it goes. The Ballman now getting banned out. So it seems like that is not something that VFM wants to put into their composition right now. Akai now getting taken out by the Simpsons, keeping it pretty similar, but with things like this, like the Beatrix getting banned last game, which maybe we see again, the Ballman now getting banned out. You know, do you guys think that that Faramis or that Valentina possibly slips through here?
I hope. And I was actually going to say that normally, like, if you're the first team that gets a pick, which in this case right now is VFM, that is the time you never want to, especially if you want a Valentina, you never want to just ban that. Force the other team to ban it. Counter the picks that you possibly want to go for, you know?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting here. They are taking their time here with their bans, or maybe the problem with the tournament live. No, they were just taking their time. We do see the Faramis ban, another pick that kind of came in late season that is pretty much right now. I mean, you see little spurts of him, but now he's pretty much a ban out because of that cult alter and that team synergy that he does provide. And yeah, I mean, immediately off the boot, you guys were talking about it, Valentina gets taken out of there. I mean, she's just too lethal on too many different angles and levels to kind of be left open there on purpose.
It's been very refreshing. Ever since the Faramis came into the ban pool, I wish we could see him more, but at the same time, I love it when a hero like that, especially it's not like a new hero, you know, because you already know a lot of time that like there's a high chance that a new hero is going to be in that ban pool. But like when some classic hero comes back into play and becomes something that teams don't want to either play against or don't, you know, like something that deadly, it's so nice to see. Now the Julian getting banned out as well. So the Beatrix could be left open here. VFM may want to try to secure that right up front unless OSP makes that their final ban.
See, if I was OSP right now, right? Like, I'd probably, like, you're either going to get the Beatrix or you don't ban the Masha and then they pick the Masha. So on the side, like, if they decide to go for something here, I wouldn't ban either one of them. Allow them to, you know, pick one of the key players, you know? They ban the Bia. Now that leaves the Masha open for possibly VFM here. And I would first pick that.
Yeah, I think you had the right call there. At that point, maybe leave the Beatrix open, right? So at least, like, we're both getting something out of this.
Yes.
But at this point, with Beatrix gone, Masha is wide open. We have not seen Masha off the ban pool since playoffs started. This will be a first. Does VFM? I mean, I think that's like it's a no-brainer, right? Like, you have to pick it up, and not only that, but it's not even like you're picking up something that has to be a jungle or like that you're secluding yourself. It's just a solid first pick. You have variety with it. You can put it in the XP lane. You can make it a tank. So you're flexible, and it's not only strong, but it's flexible as your upfront prio pick. Stop.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yo. That is exactly what I thought. I mean, here, all right. So I've talked about this before. When if you have one of those OP picks out there, if your team cannot play it, you're better off choosing something that you are comfortable with rather than playing something that you're uncomfortable with just to take it off of the board for the enemy. I mean, on the other hand, what are you going to do? You're going to have somebody who doesn't know how to play Masha go ahead and pick that up. Unfortunately, like, sometimes as we start getting higher and higher, this is kind of the wake-up call for a lot of teams, is you're going to have to make sure that hero pool includes a lot of those things that are in the meta, and Masha is one of those. And you're going to have a rough time. I mean, maybe they have some type of disengagement tool for some of their mages and their marksmen to be able to stop them, this Masha from like charging in on them. We'll see as we continue on with this draft.
Listen, Masha has been around Masha's been OP for like 2 or 3 months now. If your team can't run the Masha, there is a major malfunction. There is a major problem. And I'm not trying to like put VFM down, but that is definitely an issue, right? Like, that is, and maybe, I don't know, man. I could maybe almost pass the fact of like, we just don't think it's that good. right? Like maybe, but all of the numbers, all of the statistics say different, right? So I think at that point you just have to mold to the fact that like she does well. Maybe she's not the flashiest, maybe she's not this, but she does well. Masha is a solid pick, and the fact that VFM just gave that up on game 2, like in my head, it's like even if you can't play it that well, maybe you should still pick it up and just play safe, because do you want to give it over to the Simpsons? And that's what just happened.
Yeah. And could you imagine if like they didn't ban Bia and then Simpsons got both Bia and Masha? That would have been insane. And then look, they fell right into a counter. Now the Simpsons has a Die Roth. Like now, I mean, that's almost like sealing the deal right there to me.
It's definitely not going to be easy. The Dyroth, the Eve are now picked up, but best player does get this Claude. Alex picking up the Paquito, which has been a bit more unconventional, especially when you already picked up the Esmeralda. So like they're showing their hands, right? They're showing like this is a jungle Paquito. Like there's no other option. OSP is clear to know easily that that's what that is. They're going to start now banning out these mages. Lilia getting picked off. I think VFM at this point maybe start focusing on to some junglers to take away from the side of the Simpsons here.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the Paquito pick up here. It's very strong, very early, and just a ton of damage that you can get out there. They're just gonna have a heck of a time trying to protect best player in the gold lane, as we saw from the last game. Just the pressure that was put on there, and you said it earlier. Gold lanes and marksmans win games here, and that's basically what a lot of these playoffs have been about: is trying to protect all the pressure, all the offense that we put onto these gold lanes, just to kind of protect and get these guys leveled into the mid and late game.
Oh, most definitely. And what we're seeing, I love the Atlas ban. I was about to start talking about tanks here. You know, like both teams, we're probably going to be seeing the Masha roam, especially with a Dyroth. But Dyroth's so flexible as well. He could go into the jungle if possible, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be going against the Esmeralda here. So we're probably looking for a tank on the side of VFM and not so much the Simpsons. So getting rid of that Atlas, I feel like, is a huge pick, because we can already see most of the team is frontal. Dyroth, Masha, that's going to be a lot of like engage, a lot of frontal engage. So I want to see what VFM can possibly do to change this around. Picking up the Claude is also really good. Clint?
I think I still am a strong believer that Clint is like a very underrated marksman. I think it could be something that Simpsons pick up here. The Brody as well. I like the Clint over the Brody, but the Brody could be sold in with all of these marksmen off the field. Those are like the only two you have left. Cold World does pick that up, and Nicolette's gonna lock in this Selena. I feel like the side of VFM for current meta standards seems a little squishy right now.
Yeah.
Especially if Paquito wants to pick up like 2 damage items, you know what I'm saying? Like, and not go full tank. And I'm wondering if Nicolette's going to be able to really find those spots and go in and be able to get away safely here.
Well, I mean, on the side of the Simpsons, you don't really have a ton of maneuverability where Nate, especially for that real world manipulation, you're pretty much a sitting duck once you activate that. All it's going to take is one abyssal arrow in that direction. Also, I do want to say Masha can be a little easy to read sometimes when she's coming in, which would make those targets, the target on her back, pretty easy for an abyssal arrow to kind of be able to run in and shut her down. And it does look like this comp does kind of rely on a burst potential other than best player here on the Claude. So I mean, we got the burst potential maybe to be able to kind of carry us through into the early game, depending on how well Nicolette, like this is really going to lean on to her Selena and how well she can land those abyssal arrows to kind of capitalize on it and create those openings for her team.
Yeah,
I'm wondering if we're going to see something spicy from Luke Pierce here. He's really taking his time. I'm like, are we going to see? He goes for the Hayabusa. I had a feeling they were going to pick something different here just because they have so much power in the rest of their team.
They lack a little bit. They have a decent amount of slow. I mean, Brody does CC a tad bit. but you're only looking at a lot of slow from the side of Eve.
That's true. They don't have that. I mean, and it is. Yeah, it's more of like you said, slow crowd control, but not like full on crowd control, right? Like we're just we're herding them in. That's our goal here. But like with the Masha, with the Dairoth, with this Brody, there is some nice burst damage potential, right? A lot of harass. Masha does look like it's going to be in the mid lane here. Before we go any farther private, let's introduce this game.
Yeah, this is going to be game 2 of VFM. Possibly might be their exit to the lower brackets, or do they have enough to take this to a game 3 with the Simpsons? We're about to find out as we start seeing already early aggression from Masha.
Yeah, Masha, I think, is going to stay in the face, but Damien's going to need to be careful, right? Because you do have these Abyssal Arrows. Now, in the late game, Abyssal Arrow probably won't do that much. But right now, with Sayori on this Lunox right behind her, could be dangerous. And we can already know Damien is like, maybe I'm not going to just be all in Alex's face here. I'm really excited to see how this Hayabusa works out. Already putting a little bit of poke damage down.
Yeah, Nicolette almost went ahead, a quick trip back to the base as we are engaging here for this Lethal Wanderer, but it does look like the Simpsons able to pick that up without much say from the side of VFM.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things that we're seeing here is that if Masha, of course, is gonna probably excel here, but the Abyssal traps, like they're not gonna be playing a huge like feature into this game if the Masha is just constantly roaming and constantly controlling those traps.
True. I do think like it'll at least help a little bit with vision, but yeah, you're right. Like Damien's just gonna walk right into him, not really have a problem. If he can find them, he'll be good. And we're already seeing that harassment of the Masha and why this pick is just so horrendous to let through and not get something for it, right? Like already causing issues, slowing down Alex and slowing down Sayori in these laning phases.
Yeah, and it's so much. We were talking about it a little bit last week as yesterday as Ackerman able to kind of min-max their rotations, but this is kind of the opposite of that. Instead of like maxing out yours, Promise almost
my
feet on out of there. Had about a sneeze left of health there as we're gonna go ahead and start on this turtle. Not in a great position, is it too? Because it's kind of leaning more onto the side of the Simpsons there. It is gonna be reset. We do have 4 members of VFM in position here, but are they going to be able to get it? We see again the turtle they're just toying around with it at this point. We do see Luke coming in here onto Nicolette, who is going to go ahead and disengage. A lot of damage coming down now onto Jules Cutie. Here comes a real world manipulation, is able to zone out the rest of VFM, but Damien still punishing them for even trying.
See, that is what I was saying in the very beginning. Like, the Eve pops the ult, but like all of them, they're just able to get away with like 1 or 2 little health bars, and then they're done for, But they did zone them out, so hey, touche.
Yeah, the burst damage from that Dairoth too, but up in the top lane, at least Vec Fantasy is trying to answer back a little bit. Nice stun on the Cold World.
Very nice blazing duet. So they are able to pick up a kill there, but they do trade one of their own as well. So, I mean, it kind of came out even in that exchange.
Well, 7, I think that's a good play. So at least like VFM is on the idea of like we need to answer back, and they gave up on the turtle. They're like, okay, let's just go to gold lane. They made that call and they made it worth it. Gold lead not as bad as it was last game, right? We're at 3.5 minutes. Simpsons does not have a huge lead. I think at this point Vec Fantasy just needs to kind of hold on, wait for that 6-minute mark. If Alex cannot get any deaths, we know the punch that Paquito can pack, right? Like, there is the opportunity. Also, they will have the CC with the Fallen Star Moon, with the Abyssal Arrows, kind of what you were saying earlier, G, something that the Simpsons lack. So maybe if they can keep this gold lane, this gold difference at pretty much a standstill, there could be some opportunity as we creep into the mid 8 minutes or so.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to point out is that, Luke on this Hayabusa really not doing too much engaging, constantly farming up, only engaging when needed to. So that's where we're seeing the gold lead take place as the best player almost gets it.
Damien!
Yeah, Damien coming in there might be in a little bit of trouble here. Is going to get taken out there and paying for that really kind of greedy play. But off screen, what you didn't see is that Nate did go for a real world manipulation and caught oh wow, Luke Pearson here is going to go ahead and force out that brilliance from Sayori. But the real world manipulation came out and she caught a face full of Abyssal Arrow for her troubles, which opened it up and forced Damien to kind of go a little deep and a little greedy for that play.
Yeah, I think Damien got a little too crazy there, especially you're going after a Claude who has that BMI, has that battle mirror image, and should be able to do it pretty well. Simpson's going to take this turtle without any contest. So yes, you take a death, but now once again, the gold is even. But Jules Cutie gets taken off cam, and then in the mid, Nicolette goes down.
Yeah, they're doing a real good job of actuating these punishments here. But up at the top, we do see Cold World get taken out there. And I'm not sure Best Player is going to be able to get out of this. He doesn't have an ult, but still is enough damage to be able to take down Best Player.
You spoke it into existence. We were wondering what Luke Pierce was going to do, and he has now showed us he's not only going to take 2, but he's going to take a tower along with it.
Yeah, he's also level 9, you know, and like I was saying, he's farming up. We're looking at the level difference of Nicolette, of course, being the roam, but 9 to 6, mid and gold lane are both level 7. So just that level difference can play a huge factor into a combined assault there, as well as, like I was saying, not only is the level difference huge, the gold difference plays another factor into it. He knows his team will allow him to farm.
Yeah, the Simpsons have a good, yesterday we saw TFB had a little trouble in the laning phase, but I have to say the Simpsons have a pretty strong early game. They're one of those teams that just know the tricks of moving around that jungle, know the tricks of not taking too many fights from the start. Wait a second, they were almost going down.
Yeah, the brilliance does come out there, and it's not enough. Unfortunately, right now they are just roaming around.
What?
Wow! What a beautiful
what a
play
save!
There. Nicolette just kind of waiting and baiting out that real world manipulation, like she is on it.
Yeah, that's, we were questioning the Selena, and that's probably it, right? And maybe they could have gone with the Franco to do the same thing, but we didn't like how they also didn't like how the Franco went last time. Oh, nice arrow.
Yeah, we do see the arrow on the Promise. Is he going to be able to get away? Putting on a decent amount of damage. Abysm, a smash does not connect there. Promise is going to be forced to disengage there. Right now, we do see Luke putting on some damage onto this turtle. They do have 2 players here, and this might be the first turtle that's actually going to be contested here. 4 members of VFM in here. Brilliance is activated, and Alex getting VFM their first turtle of the game.
This is a good position for VFM right now. We're starting to see the Selena work some magic. Jules Cutie now even taking on Promise. Promise may go down here.
He doesn't even care about that. And then off screen, we saw that Cold World gets taken out as well. Right now, Sayori and Best Player Nicolette, a trio of damage onto Damien with that Abyssal Arrow, and it is enough to take down Damien. And right now, this second half is all VFM.
Yo, the Selena, though.
Definitely being a monster. Not only that, Alex finally locks in that Malefic Roar. So now, he's really going to be hitting hard. He's got the Hunter Strike to help even more, play so well into the passive of that champ stance, give him a bit more speed when he's using these skills. So I like it. This is exactly, he's not going to be as tanky. He's giving up, I think, that early game, that late game sustainability. He's sacrificing some of that, but this is a moment when VFM should shine.
Yeah, we see a Brilliance activated with and is able to get out of that real world manipulation. Champ sends down onto Damien, who is putting out the defense and is going to be disengaged. Alex able to take down that tower, and Promise goes down trying to get away. Damien might think twice about this engagement. He does. It is onto his last health bar, but right now at the bottom, we do see them having to kind of chase down a Hayabusa.
Yeah.
He's looking for something. Like, he's like thinking, oh, maybe I can get a split push in the bottom side. But we were so worried about that Selena pick, and Nicolette is working wonders. Maybe she's not getting any kills, but she is definitely making plays for the team. I think a lot of people question how, I mean, the Selena's always been a solid pick, but it's kind of fallen off with so many tanky picks recently. But I think when you're going against a composition like this, it's making some impacts.
It's gonna make it and break it and deciding on which teams actually can, you know, like confess over this Lord, you know, like, are they going to be able to take this? If VFM can secure this Lord with the lead that they have right now, it's going to be huge. We're going to have to definitely see the Simpsons, you know, turn some tide around here, Private.
Yeah, we do see the engagement and the champ stance going on to Damien. He is going to go ahead and disengage. Oh, a nice arrow does give away Luke Pierce's position. Here comes a shadow kill. Is it going to be enough? He is going to go ahead and have to teleport back away. Best player is going to go ahead and use that blazing duet, but he is not close enough. But here toward the mid, Coldwell getting taken down by Sayori. Nate able to take down his rival mage there, as right now we do see this Lord going over to the hands of VFM.
VFM cranking up the gas right now. It's doing exactly what the Simpsons did to them last game. If they can keep this up, we could definitely possibly see a game 3. But there are still some possibilities from the side of the Simpsons. The only thing is they don't have like a super... Oh, wait a second. Big knockup.
Right now, Promise gets taken down as well. Coldwell trying to put on the damage onto Alex, as right down at the bottom, Luke Pierce able to disengage from the trio of VFM. But up at the top, we do have this Lord. I don't really think they're not going to be able to make short work of it. It is a non-luminous Lord.
And this is what I was saying from the very beginning. Simpsons lack CC. Look at the knockup from Paquito, already dominating Damien there, Private.
Yeah, and right now we do see lanes starting to crash in. All three revved up here, as we're going to go ahead and see what we can do. Abyssal Arrow does go wide of Nate. Coldwell doing his best to support this mid tower. And man, Nate, as soon as Nate put down that real world manipulation, got caught with another Abyssal Arrow. Here comes a blazing duet onto the entire team. Best player able to put on enough damage for them to take down Promise, but gets taken down himself by Luke Pierce here. So now it is a 1-for-2 trade there in favor of VFM, but it does look like they are going to go ahead and reset on the map.
Now, even though best player has not like secured a ton of kills or anything, right there shows the strategy. He melts everyone down a bit. He brings you all down into knockout range for this Paquito, and Alex can just come in, bob and weave, and start clicking heads. And he's doing a wonderful job at that. 4-0-2, not a single death. And this was something we said they had to be careful for, as Luke Pierce is now starting to slow down, bursting down Damien.
Oh my god!
The job, another Abyssal Arrow to Damien. He is trying to chase down Jules Cutie, but the rest of the team of VFM is able to support that escape. Damien might not want to be checking into these scary bushes. Another Abyssal Arrow does go wide of the entire team of the Simpsons. Jules Cutie with enough tankiness to go ahead, show herself, and have a easy retreat. But on the flank, we see best player lying in wait, waiting for the perfect moment to come in with a blazing duet. I'm not sure if he sees it yet. Jules Cutie is trying to zone out Luke Pierce. Here comes a brilliance right now. A blazing duet, able to take him out. The rest of VFM is following. Now here comes the real world manipulation. Is able to take down Sayori. It is a 1-for-2 trade, which seems to be the story of these later fights for VFM.
But Simpsons lost their jungle, and now VFM has theirs. This is gonna probably be an easy Lord, T-Rex.
Should be an easy Lord, most definitely. I don't think Simpsons take this. I don't know if the side of VFM can end it here, though, but I think this is kind of a breaking point. We're creeping more and more into the late game, and though Damien has been getting bursted down, I think once he gets another item locked in, once he gets around that, 9K mark of gold, he's going to be very hard to kill. And Alex isn't going to be able to burst down. But I don't know, man. Look at, and actually, hold up. Alex is going full damage. We got the Hunter Strike, the Malefic Roar, the Bloodlust Axe, the Blade of Despair. My guess is his final item is going to be the Immortality, right? So that maybe if he does get picked off, and looking at the side of Simpsons, the only real damage they have is Cold World. Yes, Luke Pierce is also going full damage, but for some reason he kind of lacks that burst, right? So I'm just wondering if Simpsons can hold up and make the counter response when we creep into the late game.
Yeah, all lanes are crashing in here. Lord is up at the top. Luke Pierce is going to have to try and disengage as that top inhibitor tower goes down. Real world manipulation is out. Nicolette is getting latched onto by Damien, going deep into the back lines, is on her last health bar as the Lord gets taken down. Beautiful. Oh, but Jules Cutie activating a brilliance from the rest of VFM, and now we do see that Simpsons is kind of on the run. An Abyssal Arrow does go out. It is wide, though, and Simpsons live to fight another day.
Yeah,
Simpsons are doing a great job.
Well, one thing that I did kind of want to point out that I've been seeing is that the side of the Simpsons is lacking a lot of anti-heal. There's nothing to really stop the Paquito's Bloodless Axe, nothing to really stop the Esmeralda, and they're just able to stay alive and sustain a little bit more than the side of the Simpsons.
I mean, honestly, right now, I feel like we're in a time capsule of like 3 seasons ago, just watching full damage builds from everybody. We don't need any anti-lifesteal. We're just gonna burst them down. Literally both teams, everyone really just trying to pack a huge punch right now, keeping it classy, keeping it old school, and it's definitely an exciting game to watch. But with that, there's a lot of vulnerability from both sides. All it takes is one misplay and you go down. All it takes is putting yourself in one bad spot and you are instantly deleted by the opposing team. So high risk, high reward from both sides here.
And I see that a lot, you know, but I believe the moment the side of the Simpsons do start picking up immortalities, Private.
Yeah, another Abyssal Arrow does land on Damien. He is down to his last health bar, but is going to be able to disengage to the rest of his teammates. We do see Jules Cutie coming in for a possible ult. I'm not sure. Oh, he does come in for it, but Damien is able to get out of the way. Real world manipulation is down on the board. The rest of VFM is able to find an escape, though.
Yeah, back to what I was saying. I feel like once the moment that they start picking up immortalities, the Selena is going to start falling off at that point. I feel like, again, the best plays that they're doing right now by the Simpsons is that they're waiting and baiting while the Die Roth pushes left. But doing all of that allows the VFM to take the Lord.
I don't even know if they could have contested Lord there. And like Damien was trying. Damien's been trying to like bait them. We see him like right now checking these bushes, and he has enough health to where he's able to kind of pull them back. He's trying to get them into this real manipulation. We saw last time when they just did it, VFM was able to flicker off, and the only one who got stuck was Jules Cutie, and the whole team's like, we don't want to go for Esmeralda. And like, we can't kill her. So they all just backed off, you know? But that's Simpsons, even in this backfoot position, they're working on trying to do something here. I just don't know if it's gonna work out. Lord crashing in private.
Yeah, Lord knocking on the door of the Simpsons. Abyssal Arrow does catch Tyron. Promise in a little bit of trouble. Here comes the blazing duet. It is able to get out of there. Sayori does take down Promise, and that is game 2 going over to VFM. What?
I didn't expect it. After game 1, I did not expect it to go down like that. I'm not counting out VFM. I'm not saying that they couldn't get a win here, but the way they got that win, I mean, it was very similar to what happened in game 1 to VFM. A beautiful, clean finish. I was doubting the Paquito on Alex, the full damage build, but he made it look wonderful. 5-1-5. 13,000 gold by the end of the game, even with him falling a little bit behind in the farm in the start. Once he hit that mid game, he was on a roll.
Now, we can see at the screen that Luke got MVP on the side of the Simpsons. I personally think he only got MVP because half of the other team just wasn't able to do what they really needed to do, and they weren't able to do that because maybe, I don't know if it is, but maybe VFM forced them into a Masha pick, and then the Simpsons just decided to, for some reason, not have too much control. T-Rex.
Yeah, and the Masha loses at that. Like the cherry on all of this is we're hyping up the Masha and how the draft was just so rough in that game. And now that I look back on it, maybe the Masha was a little blinding to us all, because when I look at the Simpsons draft now, kind of a little more unbiasedly with it all, like the Hayabusa, you have this Eve, and normally with the Eve, you said in the very beginning, you want some CC, you want some things that are going to hold them inside of that real manipulation as long as possible. And you have a lot of movement, a lot of dancing around with Luke Pierce on this Hayabusa, with Damien on the Masha, and it just seemed like they could never get a real combo together in these team fights.
Well, you got to think about it. You have an Esmeralda, a Claude, a Lunox, a Selena, a Paquita. All of them can get out of a World War manipulation without any problem.
This is true. This is true.
And what I discussed here at the beginning is leaning on Nicolette. 13 assists of 20 kills. Oof. So she was a crucial part of every single, well, I want to say most of those, 65% team fight participation there. I believe that's the highest on the team there. But yeah. I mean, what it would open up, you would land the Abyssal Air. You'd have Sayori go in there to kind of bait out abilities and then go into that Brilliance ultimate where she wouldn't be able to get attacked. Then you had Best Player coming in there, and here's the sinker too. Best Player, it wouldn't even matter if he died. Him going in there and the amount of damage he was able to put onto that team with Demon Hunter Sword, with Golden Staff, made sure that when Alex and Nicolette came in there, when Sayori came in there with that darkening ult, like they were getting creamed. This all they had to do was wait for Best Player to finish that blazing duet, come back, and the rest of the Simpsons was easy pickings for them. I mean, we had not too much faith because of that
T-Rex, you muted?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm back. Sorry. I like Private picked up quick though. He was like, I'm just now VFM. It seemed like maybe they just needed a game to get their joints oiled a little bit, right? Get out some of those squeaky gears, get it moving, and after that, they seemed very smooth. They seemed like now they're ready to really play, right? So now my question is, can they take game 3? Do they knock the Simpsons down to the lower bracket and upset all 3 of our predictions? Now, what I can say for the Simpsons is they do have a steadiness to them. They have a steadfast that could pull them through this game, but if VFM can catch them off guard, like with what we just saw, with that damage build Paquito just hammering in, we know players like Best Player, we know players like Nicolette like to be aggressive, so maybe that's the key to victory in Game 3 for Vec Fantasy main.
Well, it's all based on what makes a lot of these people so dangerous. And I really, honestly, I didn't see Masha really used to her full potential during that match. Come to think of it, I mean, we saw a little bit of the early aggression, but after the early game, like, I didn't really see Masha getting the angles that you would have preferred to be able to kind of get into that back line while the rest of the team was kind of running forward. In fact, it was mostly Masha kind of getting caught. And this is kind of what I talk about when I say, like, it's better to kind of leave that hero out there if you don't have like that just oomph when playing it. You know, and there's a lot of great characters, there's a lot of great heroes out there, but if you don't have that expertise of dealing with it and all of these different scenarios, it might be better off to kind of pick something else. And we saw VFM, they kind of said, you know what, you guys can have the Masha. We have a plan. We're going to play. We have a plan in mind and a composition, and we're going to try to execute that.
And let's see if these plans can get executed. Jumping to the draft now. Simpsons will have first pick, and they're doing something exactly what we saw in Game 1, banning out that Beatrix up front. So now it already seems like they're controlling the draft a little bit. They won first pick last game. VFM wins first pick second game. Maybe both of these teams, they like that position, right? They like to get something up front. Even with VFM surprising us last time with the Esmeralda pick up front, they were able to pull it off. Simpsons, do they want to approach this draft differently, or do they keep it simple and just blame it on the game last time, not exactly the draft?
If I gotta look at the bans already, T-Rex, the Bia, they're looking about the same, you know, like you were saying, they're going with the Bia. But if I was first pick, I would attempt to try to take that Bia.
Yeah.
Again, this is what I like to reiterate. When you're the first pick, start trying to counter what you want to pick. You know, maybe their gold lane just doesn't have the capability to play a Bia, but I feel like everybody should have the capability to play a Bia.
I think that's pretty much being a marksman 101 is, do you know how to Beatrix? No? All right, we're going to be looking at somebody else.
We're trying to recruit for the team right now. First question on the checklist, on the test.
Do you know how to play
Can you
Bia?
Beatrix? And not just like 2 guns. Can you use all 4?
I feel personally attacked by that 2 guns comment there. But yeah, I mean, she's just one of those, it's kind of impossible to ignore her. Just like Valentina, I think every mage should know how to play Valentina for the off chance that she gets picked, because God forbid she gets left open and you're like, well, guys, I don't know how to play her, man. I'd hate to be in that chat, but we do see the more standard bans still coming out from both of these teams. That Faramis getting taken out along with the Akai and Wanwan.
Yeah,
If I had to decide here, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Rex. If I had to decide, I was about to say it. I was like, the ball box still open.
The ballman does get taken out though. Now, Simpsons really honing down onto that goal lane, leaving themselves the Claude as the prio pick. And with Beatrix, Wanwan gone, you can definitely see like that was the plan, right? Let's really focus on this goal lane. Let's make sure the Beatrix is in there. Let's make sure the Wanwan, and now it's coming to light of what the strategy was, right? Because now at this point, all VFM really has is like what the Simpsons were left with last game. Either Brody, Clint, maybe an Aerithel?
Well, we might have just seen the kryptonite to the Simpsons. And they ended up picking it again. The Selena makes it through. They do respond a little bit different this time. I did feel like their mage was lacking on the side of the Simpsons again, mainly because they oh, the Mosh is back. The Mosh is back.
So here's the interesting thing is I did originally like the Selena pick because it was going into a Eve. I mean, Eve with that real world manipulation needs to stand still. So she is a sitting duck. We saw it last game. Every single time it came down, there was an abyssal arrow heading for her. But right now you have to wonder, there is a lot of mobility on the side of the Simpsons. I mean, you can get some of these abyssal arrows. You're gonna need to be 110%. I mean, but we are talking about Nicolette here. I mean, she's probably one of the foremost mid laners and roams in NA right now. So if anybody can pull it off, it will be her. It's going to be a different type of comp with more mobility.
Now, one thing I do want to point out for the Simpsons here, last time you mentioned the Masha not being as impactful as we thought it would be, and the Masha was constantly going in alone, right? And against a Selena, arrows coming out your face, a Paquito who can knock you up and help secure those arrows even more. He had a little trouble being aggressive, but this time Lilia is also good at trying to invade, right? Good at that early game aggression. We saw how well it did in game 1. So maybe this time the Simpsons try to put the Lilia behind the Masha in some of these pushes. So if Nicolette does connect the arrow, if they do want to focus on the Damien, you got some glooms going off in your face. You got some booms going off in your face. Now into the second banning phase, Julian getting picked off, wondering what the Simpsons are going to choose for themselves.
You know, I want to reiterate just a little bit of like what you were saying to Rex. I loved how you approached it. And I feel like the Masha Lilia combo, what we've seen from the side of VFM is that they just picked such like so many heroes that had huge mobility and escape. Maybe that's the answer. The Masha Lilia combo, Private.
Yeah, well, here's what I see happening is that you're going to be able to flank or even run forward in with that Masha to kind of chase down those squishies. And while you're going to be focusing on Masha right from the get-go, you're going to have Cold World coming in with that blazing duet. So your team's going to need to make a decision and be able to strategically disengage from a Masha and be able to shut down that blazing duet before it can do significant amounts of damage for Nate to clean up with those bombs from Lilia.
Yeah, and a combination could have been of the Hayabusa pick too. You know, like Hayabusa is not like as meta of an assassin as I would like him to be.
No, yeah, I mean, I think the idea of it was good, but it just didn't really show off. And Hayabusa has definitely fallen off. A lot of assassins have just overall fallen off, sadly, right? Even with the full damage build, he just wasn't able to compete with the Bakito, wasn't able to get around the Esmeralda and the Bakito and make those plays into the back lane. Saori hovering over this Farzo with so many mages picked off. This may not be a bad pick. Also, answering with some aggression. I mean, and creating some space for the team, but now hovering over the Harley, what will be the final pull-in?
If we see a Harley,
that's spicy.
What? Are we seeing like a Baby Deuce Knights on the rise?
I don't know. I mean, it's good targeting for the Claude. Could be good targeting for the Lilia. It's something that can possibly get past the get past the Masha, get past this possible Grok.
You got to think about it. Look at their team though. That is so magic heavy.
Yeah, but you have full damage Bakito.
Full damage.
Like,
maybe.
so like if they go into the magic defense, you're now letting this Bakito just
that
burst
could be
you
the play.
down, you know? So I think you still have to balance it. Like
could be the play. Could be the play that we see here with the they're looking a little squishy, you know, but again, they're looking very mobile, you know, like they're definitely controlling here Private.
Yeah, they're this Harley pick has got me kind of questioning. I was waiting for T-Rex. I wanted to see what he was going to say about trying to clean up about what we were going to do, what the pluses were of this, but they do have mobility on their side, possibly a decent amount of disengage and engage on their team. So you catch a lone member out there by themselves, you get caught by an abyssal arrow, they sure will be able to collapse on you very quickly. It's just the rest of it too, especially with Promise. If you get caught with an abyssal arrow, you have Alex and the rest of the team kind of diving in there. If you have Promise turn around with a wild charge onto that, you've kind of just screwed yourself as well, because they're able to reply in kind. Not just that, but Grok with his passive, and if he uses and charges up that ability next to a wall, he's going to be able to tank a whole bunch of abyssal arrows.
Yeah. We saw it last night with the Franco hooks. It's a solid, that's one of the things that Grok does so well. Just the Selena and the Franco, he's able to be that wall in front and just absorb that CC. And this time the Simpsons do bring a little bit of CC of their own, right? Benedetta, wondering how Luke Pierce is going to use this. I feel like she's been very hit or miss, but we are jumping into the game now, Private.
Yeah, Simpsons taking on VFM, final game of this series. Who will move on? Who will move down to the lower brackets to take on Ethereal? We are going to find out here shortly.
I want to build a little bit of a pre-story here, you know, like looking at their team comps, right? Like I feel like T-Rex was saying early on, I feel like VFM is going to be going, you know, I don't want to say it like this, but balls to the wall. Just like diving, killing, crashing T-Rex.
I mean, that is definitely the goal. That's I mean, you have this Harley mage who is assassin. I want to jump in. I want to kill something. You have these abyssal arrows coming in. We've already seen how Alex plays on the Bakito. My worry is that last time I felt like there was a little bit of balance. This time, every single hero on their team is like kill, 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 and it's just Jules Cutie sitting up front like, hey guys, I'm the only bulky person here. So there is that slight worrisome. I think they may have another strong mid game like last time, but all the Simpsons have to do is time this out correctly, get past that spike, and not let VFM, you know, scale too much from it. And I think they win out in the late game easily. I think they even have a decent early game here, possibly.
They could, and I feel like, you know, that's what the Simpsons has to do. They have to stay away from a lot of these things. Damien has to be able to absorb a lot of magical damage here, but the team has to know to not build too much into it because of the Bakito. But again, the Simpsons is lacking CC, so all of the CC. Oh, Private!
Whoa.
Yeah, we do see that Damien is going to take a lot of damage. That auto attack going to be enough. It is not at Jules Cutie able to come in from the flank and clean up that kill. First blood going over to VFM.
Like I was saying though, but the Simpsons are lacking CC again. Like they have a lot of like poke, but they just don't have, they have a little bit of slow in the mid lane. The tank has a little bit of CC, but now it's going to come down to Damien's plays. They're going to have to play off of Damien, and oh my God.
Ooh, another Abyssal Arrow does land on a Damien. Nicolette thinks twice about it, but is getting caught by those slow bombs of Nate.
Yeah, Alex is a force to be reckoned with, and so is Nicolette. Gonna get the pick.
Damien might be in trouble here. Does get taken out by the passive of Nicolette. Another kill going on over to VFM.
Nicolette has been on fire these past 2 games on that Selena. Haven't seen a good Selena player. I mean, haven't seen someone really. Wait a second, Cold World. Oh, may get caught off here.
Trouble.
Oh,
does get caught. Is that ult out? He does get the ult, but is not able to get the rest of those magical cards on to Cold World.
That was a good play.
Definitely. And this is the scariness of the composition that VFM has brought, right? Just aggressive. Alex maybe stuck in a bad spot.
Okay.
Yeah, beautiful wall there by the Grok to trap Alex there. Didn't have a way out of there. Blazing Duet used just to clean up this lane right now.
And
so we're back to a standstill, right? We're back to 2-2, gold almost even. And in my head, this is where the Simpsons want to be, right? I think they're comfortable with this. I think if they get into the late game, they know they can outlast them in these team fights. They have some nice burst damage still. They have the opportunities. They just need to be careful how they get to that late game here.
Yeah, Nicolette in a little bit of trouble here. Does have to disengage from Luke and Damien. Is he going to be able to do it? Nicolette in trouble here. Down to about 10% health. Is going to dash into the tower, but Luke might be in a bad way. He does get picked up by Sayori here, and both of them. Just by the skin of his teeth, but here is Jules Cutie to kind of ward away Damien.
this is almost a repeat of last game. Like they're letting people get away with just 1 HP, and these are some key kills and some key plays that could make it or break it for the side of VFM. Looks like they might be baiting the turtle a little bit. Quite interesting. I think this might be a play here.
Yeah, they're starting on the Lord right now. Wall does go up from Damien, and it is going to go ahead and drag out this Lord just a little bit, but Alex able to pick it up without too much fight. But in the mid lane, Lilia in a little bit of trouble, does have to use those black shoes. Is it going to be enough? It is not, as Alex able to trap her back at those black shoes where she rebounded to and pick up the kill.
So much aggression from the side of VFM. Nowhere
Look
is
at
safe.
this.
Your house, your home. You have to just watch out for this death ball of VFM rolling around the map. And Damien just instantly knocked out with that knockout punch. Alex is a menace on this Paquito. This tower is going to go down, and VFM is going to do exactly what they planned to. Kill, kill, kill.
And you just look at it. It's like the VFM is the wolf, and you know the Simpsons are the sheep or the pigs, and they're just huffing and buffing and blowing the house out, Private.
Yeah, Nate does get taken out there. Alex able to get away from the tower there, but we do have Luke Pierce coming in to kind of finish and clean up the job as best player, and Luke get taken out. That is a 3-for-1 trade in favor of the Simpsons here.
Luke actually walks away from that safely, takes out 3, so a beautiful comeback. Also, this mid tower gonna go down, so maybe VFM, I think they had a really nice lead there, and maybe just getting a little too ahead of themselves, because now the gold is back to a standstill. Not only that, but that mid lane tower has been cracked on the side of VFM, and this is going to maybe open up a little bit of space. Damien going to be able to get away here, force use the wild charge as a escape mechanism, but now we're seeing the playing field be evened out.
Wow, and Abyssal Arrow does land but in the middle of a dash, and Nicolette is running for her life right now. Not sure she's gonna be able to get away, as Luke able to clean that up quite clearly. Best player and 3 more members of BFM are chasing down to Luke Pierce. Here comes an ult from Esmeralda, but it is not enough to take down a Benedetta. Promise gets a nice exit plan there from Damien in the form of a wall.
And Luke Pierce is just so quick with it, right back to the jungle. Wondering if he's going to try to fight for this turtle here. Looks like he's going to back off. They don't like the spot. They don't like the position.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nate Right now, we do see a wall. He's going to go ahead and try and trap in there. Alex is able to go ahead and pick it up. Sayori taking down Nate on that Lilia. Not a damage onto Damien, who is going to go ahead, activate that conceal. Is this going to be enough for them to get a mid tower of their own? We do see a wall coming up, but that's not going to shy Alex away from this damage.
Yeah, what I'm seeing from the side of the Simpsons is that they really, and I seen Cold World's doing it, they have to split this team up because they're so aggression based. They need to capitalize on the solo kills, capitalize on people. They need to split the team up, you know, like as you can see, like this is the time to get the Harley.
Oh, wow, what a run in from Promise. Surprise the heck out of Sayori there. And we do see a pop-up now on to Alex, and he does get caught in there as we are moving on to the mid lane, getting down to the inhibitors. Jules Cutie does come in with an ult, but able to kind of disengage there. But up at the top, we do see the rest of VFM kind of working overtime, trying to push that lane. He is going to think twice now as the rest of Simpsons clamoring up to that top tower.
Yeah, it just seems like VFM was never able to really hit that snowball, right? This whole time, they get some kills, but they're just never able to like pass that 2K mark. There was one point where they had a nice lead, then it fell back, and most of the game, it's been a minimum lead, right? It's been like 1,000. 1,500, then it's back to even, and this is exactly what the Simpsons have wanted. They've been buying time, and with Cold World sitting at 0-0 and 5, he's at a point where he's going to be able to start engaging. Same with Masha, never taking a death in the off lanes. I feel like VFM put a lot of focus into jungles, into the mid lane, and now they're having a problem.
Yeah, we do see that flicker into a wild card, but best player is ready, does activate that that ultimate to go ahead and put on a ton of damage. The rest of the Simpsons are thinking twice about this engagement, as here comes VFM on the run. Oh, Sayori does stop Damien, is able to pick up the kill there right now. Jules Cutie coming in, stopping the teleport home from Cold World, and now we have opened up the Lord for VFM.
That play alone right there, it shows you that the Simpsons lack CC. The Grok tried to go in for a wall charge, ended up missing, and then that one mistake cost them the Lord.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely costed it. And it also goes to show just how this hyper-aggressive composition of VFM, like, just all it takes is one miscalculation. All it takes is one player out of position, and they're going to pick you off. I think the Simpsons need to stay huddled. Not too huddled, because you don't want Alex to knock you all up, right? Hold up, best player in a bad spot here.
Do you see the blazing duet? Come on. Now, best player is getting taken down. Damien able to pick up the kill there right now, as Alex in a little bit of trouble. Luke does get taken down with that deadly magic from Sayori there. But we do have a non-luminous Lord making its way from the bottom lane, and minions clamoring now toward the min. Simpsons gonna do their best to kind of fend off this attack with some defense. Jules Cutie goes in onto the tower. Is it gonna be enough though? We do still have a minion here, and we do see the damage coming on the Promise, but it's not enough. Lord has gotten taken out, and it doesn't look like VFN is gonna be able to make anything out of this push.
So no inhibitor breaks, a good Lord defense, but also, I mean, we are back and forth at this point. VFM now has taken control of the map once again. We saw a little bit of a fallback there. Simpsons able to do something. Taking a look at the items, Alex once again going for that hardcore damage build. Same thing with Luke Pierce, but once again, Luke Pierce isn't in the state of having like the burst potential that Alex has, right? And almost all of VFM just all burst damage. The only one building any defensive items right now is Jules Cutie, but they make it work. They make something we haven't gotten to see for so long work very well in this game.
And it's coming down to the micro and macro of the team, their ability and their synergy to kind of, I don't know who's doing the call outs right now, but they are all basically like rabbit squirrels just waiting for somebody to get caught. You see the rest of the team kind of charging down here at the bottom onto Luke Pierce. They're not going to be able to make anything happen, but just how quick the team is able to respond to that.
Yeah, and this kind of, again, I want to reiterate what I feel like the Simpsons win plan here is they need to step, like, you know, essentially separate like they're doing right now, split pushing 1-1-3, you know, and splitting up VFM. If they could do that and dodge these abyssal arrows.
No. Yeah, Abyssal Arrow does come by. We are onto the second Lara of health there. Onto the last one. Another Abyssal Arrow does go wide, so they aren't going to be able to capitalize on it. But man, how quick they are to respond onto it. But perhaps maybe not the target you want. Luke Pierce. Let's get taken out by Alex there. That is a retribution right when the Luminous Lord comes up.
That is rough, and that's the danger of the split push, right? You have so many deadly people that can pick off, take on anyone on the one-on-one, but the fight is still going.
Yeah, we do see them trying to zone out the rest of the Simpsons here as VFM trying to do their best to take on this tower. We see a lot of damage coming down now. Alex is stunned. Is he going to be able to get away? Promise does get a kill as best player able to take down Damien. 7,000 left on this Lord right now. Able to steal this Lord away from VFM, and now they are on the run as Promise gets taken down. I don't think they're going to be able to make something of this as Nate gets leaped onto from Jules Cutie. A lot of bombs from that Lilia right now, and the rest of VFM trying to deal with this Rogue Lord making its way toward the mid lane. Here comes an ult, and blazing duet. Jules Cutie gets taken out right now. Nicolette is powerless to help, has to hide in a bush while the rest of the team licks their wounds. And another engagement down here at the bottom. Alex is gonna have to disengage as Luke uses that final cut to get away.
Man, you could watch Alex. He was up. The Lord is getting low, and he's like sitting in that bush above the Lord, wanting to go in for that retribution, but he's scared. He doesn't have the count on Cold World. He doesn't know if that. Wait a second, best player.
Yeah, we do see that activate that wind chant is able to negate a lot of that damage, and right now we do have a stun. Damien is going to get taken down by Nicolette there. A 1-for-1 trade right now, and we're seeing Luke Pierce taking and diving deep into the backlines. Alex gets taken out right now, and best player in a little bit of trouble. He doesn't have that battle mirror image, and he gets taken down, or not the battle mirror image, that dash to be able to go through the wall, so he gets taken down quite quickly. It is a 3-for-1 trade in favor of the Simpsons.
Not only 3 from 1, it's 14 and 14, T-Rex.
14 and 14 gold, still dead even, back and forth. Every time I want to say one team's got this, it falls into the other team's hands. Both teams playing wonderful, but very, once again, volatile gameplay, right? Like, there's no, like, I try to say something, then Cold World, and I'm not saying, neither of them are like, they're both playing amazing, but they're also playing risky. Like, they're both making Damien getting caught off by those abyssal arrows, getting down, the conceal play coming in. You know, like, it's not that they're playing like bad, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're not making like huge mistakes. Maybe they are mistakes, but both teams are making them, and they're taking these chances, and it's just so hard to call how this is going to go right now.
Yeah, I feel the same way, you know, like both teams absolutely throwing blows to blows, but you got to give it up to Luke. Like, Luke right now, the dashes, the flashiness, everything, being able to get out and an escape is insane. And I think it happened to be because they picked up the bloodlust, you know, given a little bit of that ooh, the abyssal arrow does go wide, but it does, that gives you the ability to have a lot of sustainability, pick it up. The immortality now gives you a chance to survive the Harley. A lot of VFM is falling off right now.
Take a look at Promise's build. I love the 3 helmets, the 3 Guardian helmets. That is like, and the fact that is a thing for a hero is just so insane. But I think as we creep into this late game, that right there could be a problem, right? The Masha becoming so bulky, but Lord is down to low.
Yeah, down to 10% right now. We have both teams fighting for it, and Alex able to pick it up now with the blazing duet. Does get countered. Cold World is taken down right now. The rest of OSP is on the run as Sayori, trying to distance himself, is able to use that flicker to get away from Luke Pierce, but right now it is a 4v5 game with a Luminous Lord barreling down. Here comes the ult from Jules Cutie, does come in there. Abyssal Arrow does go wide, but die, but the rest of VFM is knocking on the door. They are not letting up this pressure. Jules Cutie still in the fray of things. Abyssal Arrow does catch Luke Pierce, but in the middle of a dash, so it's not going to be able to stun. But now they have to make a decision as all these minions are starting to crash. We have a Luminous Lord down at the bottom. Another Abyssal Arrow does go wide. Lord swinging wild on these minions as best player, using that speedy light wheel to put on the damage. And look at that. That is one inhibitor down. A blazing duet. They are trying to do their best to take down this Lord. Jules Cutie in a bad way here right now. Does activate that immortality. Right now, Alex gonna go ahead and disengage with that champ stance, as it looks like Jules Cutie is gonna have to find a quick way back to the base, as the rest of the team, I guess, is thinking twice about this engagement, but they were able to get an inhibitor, or 2 inhibitors out of that Lord.
Yeah, I mean, and I think at that point, like, Claude using the ultimate to kind of fend off that Lord, clear that wave. I had a feeling they were going to be able to close it. I didn't think they were going to lose so much out of it, though. 2 whole inhibitors. They put a lot of pressure. They put pretty much everyone into that bottom lane. Luke Pierce does pick up a kill on the backside, but they still lose a lot here at this point. VFM is securing themselves closer and closer to this victory here.
Yeah, we do see that blue buff does get stolen by VFM. Here comes the blazing duet. Look at the damage onto Cold World. And now the rest of the team in a little bit of trouble. Alex does get a little bit of shield, tries to make his escape here. Here comes the final cut. We still have no death yet. Best player running for his life does get taken out there. And now Jules Cutie and the rest of VFM trying to reposition on the map. Here comes an Abyssal Arrow. Does land onto Luke Pierce, but not able to stun, as it did hit Benedetta during one of those dashes.
Man, Luke Pierce is so good at waiting. Cold World goes in, brings everyone down, and you just see Luke Pierce. He's got the he's got the goggles on. He is in the zone, and he just goes in. He knows who he's looking for. He finds it, and I just feel like every time they're getting a little bit closer. The Simpsons are getting a little bit closer. Promise is getting a bit tankier. They're able to extend these team fights a little bit longer than what VFM can handle.
I don't know why, but I just had the moment of like wanting to sing when you said the I, you know. I was like, "Eye of the tiger," you know. It just brought it out in me.
When Private says the Lord's making his way, I think of making my way downtown. That's what I think. I just see Lord dancing his way down the bottom lane, trying to crash into something.
But we do have a Lord being taken, or maybe taken here, Private.
Oh, good reset.
Yeah, nice reset by Damien, using that wall to kind of push out the Lord from those bounds. Another wall does go out. Lord gonna get reset again. Both teams kind of jockeying for position, but we do see VFN spread out on both side lanes right now. So they are gonna have the forward momentum of these minions to contend with now as this Lord comes out. There goes an Abyssal Arrow that does go wide. Both teams still kind of jockeying for position, but it does look like VFM is in a better position as they start putting the damage onto the Lord. Simpsons realize what is up. They smell the blood in the water. Alex does disengage from the Lord onto Nate. I'm not sure this is the fight that he wants. Conceal play comes in, and right now we see a blazing duet from Cold World. Alex gets taken down. That is a retribution that they are not going to have for the Lord, and Cold World makes short work of it right now, as the rest of BFM is going to have to disengage from this fight, and that is an 18-minute Lord that has just gotten taken down, and that means that his level is over 9,000.
Hold on a second. Now, one thing I have to point out, I don't know if you guys noticed it. I don't know if you were looking at the health bar, but Luke Pierce missed the retry there. Cold World ends up taking the pick, but for a second there, I was very worried. I see the retry damage go onto it, and it's got like this sliver left, and I was like, oh no. You know, but luckily they do pick it up. Luminous Lord now coming towards the VFM, and even though it seemed like VFM had control over that Lord pit, OSP was waiting for the moment, find the position onto Alex, and once again, Luke Pierce goes in with the eyes of the tiger and finds that kill. So can VFM with a full 5v5 defend this Lord Private?
Well, we're going to see it as we do see another Abyssal Arrow does connect, but at this point in the game, they're not having too much of an effect. We do see a wall come up. Lord is at the tower. Knock, knock. There goes the damage onto the tower as the rest of the Simpsons pushing in with it. Jules Cutie comes in with an ult. The Lord is at the core. Here comes a wall. Lord gets taken down quite quickly. Luke in a bit of trouble here right now as the Blazing Duet does come
Locking
down.
on.
The rest of VFM are resetting in the base. They have full health bars. It does look like Simpsons are going to have to disengage from here. Cold World in the middle of a lot of damage almost gets caught with the Abyssal Arrow as he's going to use that Battlefield image to get out there. And Luke Pierce uses maybe not the smartest freeze there as he still gets caught in the base. So now the rest of the Simpsons are on the run with one player down.
You know, the Simpsons, they did not sink the lane. They made a huge mistake there. They put all of their eggs into that top lane basket, and we saw the mistake, right? We saw that they wanted to lock in. They weren't able to complete it, and with that, they actually essentially kind of lose out on that Lord push. At this point, VFM still has a big advantage by having both of these inhibitors here.
Oh!
Wait a second. Sayori down.
We might
Let's get a
have
quick
ourselves a little bit of a Wi-Fi problem there as we do see, unfortunately, Sayori pulling off his best mannequin impression, but it doesn't look like Promise Cared went in there and put on a heap of damage.
Oh man, that is so sad there. That is so sad. Don't know what happened. He was definitely standing still there. All right, let's take a second. Let's reevaluate this, right? We're going to figure out what exactly happened there. If there was a technical...
They said they're good.
All right. I guess they're good. Let's jump back into the game here.
I don't know, man.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's all part of the strategy.
Yeah, interesting strategy from Sayori playing that mannequin role there. We're gonna see how well this pays off for the team in the end as we move into the 23-minute mark of this game.
Yeah, I mean, that mannequin was just a 45-second cooldown timer there.
Yeah, that is definitely rough. I don't think it's like game ending. We do have actually 15 seconds on this Lord count. That means it's going to be another 15 seconds until Sayori is on the field. Now the Simpsons have been a bit more passive with these Lords, trying to not be the initial engagers, and Luke Pierce is on the opposite side of the map right now. So I think with that, it may be enough time for Vec Fantasy Main to get Sayori back on the field and actually fight for this Lord here.
Yeah, they are starting the damage on it, not trying to give Sayori any time to recoup, but the rest of VFM lying in wait. Like a
Nicolette.
taking a lot of damage, might be in trouble here. It is trying to get away from this Manta, does get taken down, and we do see this Lord down to 10%. Are they going to be able to get Jules Cutie does get the kill onto the Lord, best player able to take down the Cold World, and what a steal, but it does look like Sayori gonna get taken down again. That is a 1-for-2 trade with a Lord coming toward the Simpsons base, and I can't tell you who came out on top. I'm kind of leaning towards Vec Fantasy Main.
Yeah, they get the Lord. They get the Lord. Like that's a win. That's a win. It doesn't matter if they didn't get full team wipes, so the Simpsons can't end it here. And whether Vec Fantasy Main can end it with this Lord or not, they survive another, possibly a whole nother Lord here. Alex, though.
Yeah, as we say that, Alex is trying to disengage from two members of the Simpsons. They are doing their best to clean up these lanes before the Lord can make its way to the top tower. Just one more inhibitor.
Oh my God.
Does get taken out. Promise. They're not even going to waste their time with Promise and that like 30 million health that he has there, as we do have this Luminous Lord coming there trying to line up these lanes. Simpsons going to do their best to defend here. They will not go quietly into the night. Lord is crashing now. We do see the Blazing Duet come in there, a pop-up on the Jules Cutie, and we do see a lot more damage. All of that coming from best player, and right now we do see Kobold is going to go ahead and disengage. Promise gets taken down there. Jules Cutie with the immortal, get the immortality getting popped there, and we do see Lord is now still swinging naked, taken down there, but that is the game. The third game is Vec Fantasy Main moving on to the second round of the NASL playoffs.
Oh, wow. That is a lot of, I mean, listen, man, it's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure on Luke Pierce when everything comes down to this Lord. And that was it, man. One button, a millisecond, which I love to say how this game is a game of seconds, a game of milliseconds. And that shows it right there. One misclick on the retribution, and Jules Cutie is able to turn the whole game into the hands of Vec Fantasy Main in those final seconds of the game. What a turnaround. What a well-played best of three. Vec Fantasy Main moves on to the second round to go up against the Valley next week, and the Simpsons go down to the lower bracket.
I don't know what to say besides that was an absolute match. The back and forth was insane. There was 4 Guardian helmets on a promise there. If I had to say anything, I wish I could see how much HP that Masha had.
Yeah, amazing amount, 35% or 36% damage tanked by Promise there, but it still wasn't enough. We did see kind of a few slip-ups when it came to the priority of who the rest of the Simpsons were kind of targeting during some of these team fights. I mean, they were chasing down Nicolette during that last Lord fight. You saw Promise had basically latched onto Nicolette there, and the Jules Cutie was there to kind of try to fend it off. They were able to get the kill onto Nicolette, but that's just a roam, and that's kind of like what you kind of run into. The problems that you run into, because you have to leave. Do you want to leave Nicolette open with those abyssal arrows that she's just lobbing off left and right? And as soon as one of those lands, you basically put a huge target onto the back of whoever that landed on, be it a tank or a squishy or hero. But then once you do chase down Nicolette, you've basically left open all of these other just punishing heroes. And T-Rex touched on it too. Alex, full damage build. I mean, you leave that dude open and he was crushing. I want to see what kind of damage he did. Only 19%, so almost like an assassin. Very surgical amount of the damage. Yeah. It was bursty, but just enough to kind of take down those heroes that he needed to, especially in the early game where they were just punishing Damien for existing.
I mean, every team played their, every member of VFM played their part. I think we were all very worried after watching game 1, but as we went into game 2, they played an amazing game. And then game 3, they even showed that they could go the distance, right? They even showed that even after that, even with game 1, super hyper aggressive, ended super quick. We were worried about their late game in game 3, and they showed that they could last into a 20-minute game, keep their cool together and make those small split decisions that can change the tides, right? It felt the whole time I'm saying, they made me eat my words. The whole time I'm saying the Simpsons are going to win out in the late game, and they were winning out in those team fights, but all it took was that one Lord, and VFM held their composure to find that mistake, find the kink, and they capitalized on it. And for that, they're going to move on. They're going to extend themselves into these playoffs a lot farther than I think many expected.
T-Rex was saying at the beginning of this, when we opened, he was like, all of our predictions are right, And then now
they're all wrong.
Now there's the cheek in the armor right there.
I'm not even sure what I picked. I'm not sure that I picked against the Simpsons there.
Let me look up my library.
Can I edit this?
Can I go back and edit my predictions? No, you can't.
I don't even. Oh, yeah, that's right. I can't see them. I think only T-Rex can see all of them. But yeah, I mean, an amazing game, and I do love. Even if I did pick the Simpsons, I love to be proven wrong to see what these teams can pull out during the playoffs. Because like it's one thing during the league, and we've seen it time and time again during the league, or even in other Moonsoon events where these teams they kind of have like a lackadaisical few matches beforehand, but when it really matters, when it gets to the playoffs, when they're in qualifiers or something like that, some of these teams pull out all the stops, and that's kind of what we saw here from VFM. That first game, maybe a little bit of an adjustment period for both of them, but to see them give the enemy team, to give Simpsons a Masha and be like, go ahead, we got this. We got a plan in mind, and be successful with it. Puts VFM on a whole another level right now, and I'm definitely interested to see how they do against a team like the Valley.
Most definitely. Now, next game, we're now into the lower bracket, right? We're gonna knock out the first two bottom series, the first round of the lower bracket tonight, and what we have is Deuce Knights going up against Insomniacs. Now, there's no more extra lives here. There's no more saving yourself. There's no more restarting. This is it. Whatever team loses, this series is out of the playoffs and will move on into the next round. So Deuce Knights versus Insomniacs. What do you think about it, G?
Deuce Knights versus Insomniacs. I mean, it is a losing bracket, so a little wild. The last game threw me off, so definitely was very interesting to see it go. But it goes to show you that the teams are here to play. Like I was saying, all it takes is a one team comp to go wrong, a Restry to miss a Lord, and I feel like, the teams could possibly come back and get back into this top bracket to see what they could possibly do here, Private.
That's such a nasty word, losers bracket. This is the down but not out bracket. This is the still in it to win it bracket. These guys
keep it
still
PR,
have
right?
hope. Yeah. These guys still have hope. They are still fighting for their place in this tournament, and I do not see either of these teams going down quietly. Deuce Knights, we've known how strong they were, and they were, did very surprisingly well against Ackerman yesterday as well. Simpsons did take their loss yesterday as well. So both of these teams have something to prove. Deuce Knights, since last season of the NASL, this Deuce Knights, this version with Easy Peasy, I have always been a fan of. They have always been those underdogs that really kind of can prove you wrong, especially with what they pull out at the when it really matters. Easy Peasy has been known to make some of these kind of odd picks and compositions work. They'll battle it out into the bitter end, and I'm definitely excited to see what both of these teams have here as we're going to be moving into the first match of this bottom bracket.
Yeah,
most definitely. Now, I will say this, right? Deuce Knights did get a clean sweep against Insomniacs in the season, right? During the season, they were able to surprise all of us and just dominate over Insomniacs. So I do say they stand a good chance. And like you said, they got to win against Ackerman, which a lot of teams have been having trouble going against Ackerman. I've been having trouble being able to get wins even against Ackerman. So Deuce Knights is a team to watch for. Insomniacs, on the other hand, last night ends up getting swept, if I recall. Yeah, they get swept by Team First Blood. They put up a good fight, but they do take the sweep. So Insomniacs seems to almost be on the backside right now, having a little bit of trouble, not being the Insomniacs that we all know and love. I think this is a great time for them to get a grip. Hopefully they took the night to reevaluate, figure out how they're going to come into this game, maybe do a little bit of pre-planning to deal with Deuce Knights. Because if they didn't, I feel like Deuce Knights has definitely been putting in their practice and they're ready for this game.
I absolutely believe the same thing you're saying, T-Rex. I'm pretty sure Deuce Knights was the first team to do any damage to Ackerman after they've changed stuff around, So again, that's that one bump in the road that kind of again shows us that They have the quality to be here and never count the underdogs out.
Yeah, and Insomniacs, I mean, it's hard to kind of gauge ability, especially when you're facing, as we've said, the grand finalists of the NACT. So like, you already know Team First Blood, while they are new to the squad league, coming in new to North America, I mean, they have been putting in work in the short time that they have been here. I think it's only been about 4 months, but every single day of that 4 months has been an extreme amount of work out of Team First Blood. So no, I don't want to say surprise there, but I mean, you can't really judge Insomniacs on that loss when you're facing a team like that. And this right here is going to be kind of the testing grounds for them, and as they go up against Deuce Knights. And I'm sure both of these teams very familiar with each other, as they have been in about 3 or 4 different events with each other, have faced off more than a few times, so they do know each other, do know how to kind of pick up against each other. And we're going to see if that kind of comes into play in these next few matches of the next series.
Definitely. Now, I'm wondering though, right? So, Insomniacs, wondering who we're waiting for some of their last players to come in. Ashley has not joined up yet. I'm wondering if they're gonna sub someone else in as their mage role, right? And I feel like a lot of people, there's been a lot of eyes on Ashley, always a lot of pressure on certain players. I'm wondering if they decide to make a change here, maybe try something a little bit differently. I know Easy Peasy, it's you know, we missed Easy Peasy for like the first half of the season, and he was like out of town doing some things. He was on the roster, but he wasn't able to play, but now he's back in, and he's definitely been coming in pretty strong, right? I feel like there was instantly, I want to say maybe the game that they faced Insomniacs was like his debut back into the season, and he's been looking good, and I like the hungerness he brings to the team. I like the determination he brings to the team. So Deuce Knights just seem very ready for this game, just seem very prepared for this game, and I don't think it's going to be an easy beat for Insomniacs at all. Now, before we jump into this game, if you want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors, Pride.
Yeah, if you guys do not know, this weekend a very special event is happening, as we are sponsored by Eclipse.gg, Eclipse with a K. And if you guys do not know, this is an automatic clipping service for your streams, for your live videos as well. Basically, you load up onto it, you register for an account, and it will be able to pull your streams from Twitch, from YouTube. And if you select the right game, and it does have an option for Mobile Legends, it's able to take your kills, your KDA, it's able to find those matches that you win and create not only clips, but highlight reels of your matches. It takes all the work out of video editing for you, puts it into a nice little consumable video file for you, where you can upload that to TikTok just like that. Hours of work I've spent in Premiere Pro trying to get clips so I can update my TikTok, and these guys made it so easy for everyone. All you have to do, register for an account and upload your videos, and it will automatically do all of that work for you. But what does that mean for this event today, and what does that mean for you guys? Well, for us as a whole, the NASL, they are adding a $200 amount to the prize pool, so we are now at $1,700 for our prize pool, and that is just amazing in itself. But you guys are saying, how does that affect me as a viewer? Well, I'm glad you guys asked, because tonight we are going to be doing a drawing, and 10 lucky winners are going to be winning an epic skin. All you have to do is go to our Discord. The link is available in our description. You register for an Eclipse account and show proof in the Discord of you registering for that account. And tonight, live on the air, we will be drawing the names from that list to do a to do the giveaway there. 10 lucky winners. I mean, that is an amazing amount of winners. Yeah, I mean, that is a lot of epic skins, and all you have to do is register for an account. You don't even have to use the service if you don't want to, but I would if I were you, especially if you're trying to create content. Like I said, it takes all the steps out of there. It even has an easy way to access TikTok there. And it's actually just an amazing opportunity for us and you guys here tonight.
So this draft is brought to you by Eclipse.gg. Always wanted to say something like that. This Lord Cam, first kill brought to you by Eclipse.gg. Now we are going to be jumping into this draft though, right? And Deuce Knights will have first ban, first pick. They'll be up on the gun, ready to go. Insomniac's banning out Talia, Masha getting banned out by Deuce Knights. G.
Yeah, and again, we actually haven't seen this too often tonight than Natalia. You know, like in the ban list, you know, that's an interesting pick. Maybe it's a setup for Insomniacs to pick Wan if it ever comes through. Maybe again, they're just trying to build their gold lane, not wanting any of that poke and that pressure that they could possibly provide. And again, always the Masha. We've seen the Masha come in, but both times lost. Like player diff or hero diff.
No, I think one thing we do need to watch out for is Cloud, right? Cloud's the gold laner, if I recall from last night. Cloud on the Beatrix. We know last night when they were going up against the side of Team First, or up against Ackerman, that was like one of those things that made a big difference. And I got a feeling that could be the prio for Deuce Knights here, especially with seeing the Wan get banned out already. Here's the thing though, right? I think Insomniacs, kind of like what you were saying in some of the previous bans, G, Insomniacs may just leave the Beatrix open, but if we're going to do that, we're also going to leave the Valentina or the Fermis open here right now, because right now, a lot of opportunities. The Akai still on the field. A lot of things to keep things spicy for game one of the series.
Yeah. You know, and I was also going to say, we are missing someone on the side of Insomniacs, right, T-Rex?
Yeah, Ashley did not make it. We have a Glitter Rally? Literally. I'm not saying that. Glitter Rally. Nope, not happening.
I thought I was bad with names. No.
We're going to call them Glitter Alley. Like an alley full of glitter. Glitter Alley.
Oof.
You ever been down one of those glitter alleys? They're dangerous.
Yeah,
don't go down a glitter alley in the middle of the night.
Sounds like the fabulous alley to go down.
Oh, Jesus.
But as we see, the most typical bans are starting to come out here. That Julian being taken out, and we are left to the first pick of Deuce Knights here. I don't think we're going to be going with a jungler
Valentina.
Right off the yeah, I know.
Fermis both open.
Your team is
this
Valentina.
with the Valentina. I mean, you have to. Okay. Or I was about to say, yeah, you definitely have to answer with the Valentina, especially when it's open there. We've seen this become a sensation overseas, where you have the Faramis, you have that Cult Altar able to basically be a mobile immortality for your team. But then on the other side, you have a Valentina now who's going to be able to steal that ultimate from the Faramis, from Michelle here on the side of Deuce Knights. And it's going to come down to timing. Who can best use that Cult Altar ultimate?
Most definitely. But the thing is if they want, as G was saying, they could pick up the Beatrix here, and you get two strong picks. Right, so we are waiting on what that last choice, and it is 8 letters going to secure in that Beatrix. So now you have the Valentina plus the Beatrix, Akai off the field. I kind of feel like Insomniac's one up on that trade there, but we do know Fermis has the real Cult Altar, right? Fermis has the original Cult Altar. They're going to be able to use it whenever they want. Glitter Alley is not going to have to, he's going to have to think about it. You know, he's going to have to make sure he's stealing it correctly. But now it looks like the side of Deuce Knights is not worried about those alt steals. They're going full in. We have the Cult Altar. We have the Numenon Blast now. So I like the fact that Deuce Knights isn't too worried about it. They're like, listen, we're just going to play our game and let's see what happens here.
I like the setup here and the combo possibilities here from the side of Deuce Knights. If you start lining up the team with that Numenon Blast, if you land that on 2, maybe 3 people, Michelle is going to be able to come in with that Faramis, and the damage that Faramis is able to do onto multiple heroes at once is just enormous. So, and that's going to be something that the rest of Insomniacs is going to need to watch out for as we move into this match.
And they go with the Atlas pick on the 3rd. And, you know, this is my, you know, a classic I like to see all the time. And I was saying it yesterday. We didn't see Atlas enough, and now we're seeing it now. Great Die Roth bin. I was actually going to shout that out as well. They were like tied between if they wanted to do the Atlas or the Die Roth, I would say. Do they want to counter the XP lane or not, T-Rex?
I don't know, like at this point with the composition that Insomniacs have, like, do you have to make that your main focus of countering it? Like, they already have some really solidarity, and I think they just need to be able to stalemate the Esmeralda. Like, the Uranus could work, plenty of things could work to just deal with her down there and forget about it. I think the main focus for Deuce there goes the Uranus, and I think the main focus for them, and then Deuce Knights may now be like, listen, Esmeralda could be our saving grace here, right? Possibly. But like I said, I think the main focus for Insomniacs is just make sure Beatrix scales. And then Valentina is just a plus, a cherry on top of it. So easy peasy, Deuce Knights. They need to make sure they set 8 letters back a little bit here in this early game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here too. I'm wondering if we're going to be picking up some Purifies on this team as well. A very interesting pick as we're hovering over Martis. I don't want to believe it yet, but this is going to be the first Clint in a very long time that we've seen. I have not been like the biggest fan of him, only because he lacks a bit of range, or not range, but his escape ability. That little dash that he does, not really enough to get him out of harm's way. We do see that he's kind of leaning onto that flicker as well, while easy peasy is going to go ahead and scoop up this Thamus. So he's going to have a nice amount of sustain during these team fights. It just, I don't know how you're going to be able to execute that properly against an Atlas who's going to be waiting for you to come in with that Cauterant Inferno, and he's just going to be like, all right, now's the time. I'm going to come in with my Fatal Links, and then the rest of the team is basically going to jump on top of you.
Yeah, and I feel like the side of Insomniacs has a lot of ability to dance around that Cauterant Inferno. And looking at Deuce Knights, they're definitely very divey, right? Like, you have this, you have the Thamus, you have this Esmeralda, you have the setup for the Numenon Blast and all these things, and the Cult Altar to just help your dive last even more and more, right? But the problem is you have Glitter Alley on this Valentina, who has tons of dashes. You have plenty of opportunity with several of your heroes to just dance around, maybe get that Fatal Links onto all those people trying to dive into you, and it just spells trouble. Gala with the final pick, though, bringing in this Yu Zhong.
The Yu Zhong, is it going to be very viable though? I feel like maybe for the CC potential, but you have a decent amount of CC already. So is it gonna play off? We'll find out though in this match.
Yeah, we're going to be moving on game 1 of the bottom bracket. It's going to be Team Deuce Knights taking on Insomniacs. 1 winner will move on. 1 loser of this series will be sent home. And who it is, we're going to find out here.
All right, we're finally going to be able to test the fact that I always say Claude is a little underrated. He is going up against the Beatrix here, but I still do think like both teams have brought some nice early game. They've brought some nice late game. I honestly think both drafts are pretty well-rounded. Lots of CC, pretty much anything you want from both sides, it is there. The only thing I can say about Insomniacs is maybe they have a bit more utility by having this Valentina. You have a couple more options, right?
I mean, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, you've got not just your normal options, but you've got the ability to take a wealth of decent ults at your disposal. Whether it's the Falling Star Moon from Hikaru, or the Cult Altar from this Faramis, or even the Numenon Blast from Rose. So I mean, you've got a wealth of different things of versatility. It just depends on how well Glitterly is going to be able to use these.
Yeah, look at Rose here, already trying to help out, but you walk right into something here. Should be able to walk away from this safely, but we already know that the side of Insomniacs, they want to make sure 8 letters does well here. Rose trying to give Cloud a bit of an advantage. Wait a second.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of engagement there, but Ultra is able to go ahead and pick up that gold minion. Easy peasy is going to get pushed back a bit, literally taken down very low. Michelle doing a very good job of handling. Oh, wow! Beautiful flicker into him. Rose might pay for
worth
that.
It. So worth it.
Valhalla for Rose there. Picks up the kill, but gets taken out himself.
I love that. I love it. I think Rose knew. It's like, listen, there's a 90% chance we're going to get out of this, but we're doing it.
A 90% chance?
I'm not going to make it out of this for sure. I mean, he had like a half of our health jumping into that. You went past the tower. We just saw a flying Lolita going across the whole range, but making sure you get it. And on an important person at that.
Yeah, we do see a lot of damage coming on here as they do separate from the mid tower. We see them engaging now, but not able to get into the jungle soon enough.
Yeah, and
look at 8 letters.
They're showing good good tenacity, as I like to say.
Tenacity, I love that word, and it's definitely what they're doing. And once again, giving Cloud this advantage now up in the top side.
Ooh, but I mean, like, so what we're seeing here is that 2 minutes in, almost 3 minutes, I lied, and there's a decent amount of aggression, but not too many kills though.
Yeah, both teams doing a good job at like engaging, disengaging. You know, we have seen some aggression, but no one's like over committing. Both teams playing very, very smart, and I like games like this. You know, sometimes I like a bit of a slower style game. Both teams being patient, and like I said in the beginning, both teams have late game insurance. They have early game pressure, so they're not. Here's your aggression. Michelle goes down.
That well, Michelle poking herself into the wrong bush, gets taken out very quickly by Ocha.
Yeah, that's not what you want to walk into. You do not want to see that 1-2 KO inside out of a bush, but oh my god!
Yeah, off screen we do see that Clint gets taken out there, and the rest of Insomniac's gonna put on some damage to chip off a little bit of this gold from that lane, but Rose and Easy Peasy are on to Theo, who's gonna go ahead and quickly disengage here, but less than 10 seconds left on this second turtle.
Yeah, Insomniacs make 2 plays across the map from top to middle, able to get 2 kills up right before turtle, 4 minutes in, and this could be the advantage to help them get a little bit ahead in these early phases here, Private.
Yeah, and here comes the Black Dragon looking like it is on to the rest of the team. We have Hikaru in the middle. Easy peasy trying to put on. Here comes the Cold Ultra now. Ultra is able to take out the turtle. A Cold Ultra of their own for Insomniacs. Claude able to pick up the kill to their tank. Hikaru does take down that Makito, and right now the rest of this team, Deuce Knights is on the run. They are not able to get away. That is a 3-for-1 trade in favor of Insomniacs, and they even pick up the turtle for it as well.
I feel like there's the one downfall. We just saw what happened with the Fermis, right? You should be able to cancel that pull.
You can
like,
cannot do that.
Never mind.
You
so,
can.
He tries to use it to run away. You can't. I don't know.
Yeah, you can hit it, but you have to hit it again to pull. So you cannot pull them back. He pulled them back. I don't know why.
Yeah. Maybe it was just a force of habit, muscle memory.
It could have been.
Oh no! And just then
instinct.
They all get pulled toward you. You're trying to get them away from you, and they all just come right at you. So a bit of a rough start. I would say Insomniacs win out on that Lord fight there. Theo.
Yeah, we do see him come in with that fatal links, and then another Cult Ultra comes out, literally able to take down Cloud, and then down goes a Rose, and a very nice pickup for the side of Insomniacs with 2 kills under their belts.
That Cole Ultra saved Theo's life, T-Rex.
Yeah, literally is just like He always has it. That's the only one he wants. He doesn't care about anyone else's ult. That's what we're using today, and Glitterly is using it better than Michelle almost right now. We're just making it count a little bit more. The IMU ultimate comes up clutch every time. Theo now pushing them away to help secure this tower.
Yeah, and a nice little zone out there by Theo. Didn't even need to put on the fatal links there. Just zoned out the rest of the team there. Easy peasy. Oh no, does look like Theo is gonna get a little bit of a spook onto the side of Deuce Knights, but thinks twice about landing on top of them.
Man, that Paquito, the damage in this stage of the game, we've just watched it several times in the last series, and we're watching it once again. How deadly it can be. A nice flicker though.
Yeah, we do see that new map blast does come in. We connect on a 2 member player. Now down, and then we are seeing the entire team of Deuce Knights get wiped off the map.
Oh my god, 7 minutes in, full team wipe. They might be able to take an inhibitor with this. They act no, the cannon minion is down. Another wave coming. Death counters are back on, but still, that is huge for Insomniacs right there. I didn't even have time to shout. I didn't have time to get excited. It was just an instant, everyone's deleted. And this is the power with these compositions coming in right now. 8 letters sitting at 3, 0, and 3, already there, all ready to go. And that paired up with Otra, who just locked in that Malefic Roar. I mean, we are looking at hyper damage once again. Gala, also, we were a little worried about the Yuzong. It hasn't been too great, but Theo up with another Fatal Link.
Yeah. Here comes another Fatal Links, and then a Cold Altar is expended for that as well. But here comes the Black Dragon to chase down the rest of Deuce Knights. We do see that a Concealed has been popped for the side of Deuce Knights as well. So they just wasted all of these abilities now for a misplay and won't have those back up for about 40 more seconds.
Yeah, 4 abilities utilized by the side of Insomniacs, which I feel like is a decent play for just a couple things like, you know, concealed play and stuff like that. Now your job is to do a little bit of split pushing, control a little bit more of the map, and maybe turn these tides and set up for the next Lord in 28 seconds, T-Rex.
Yeah, Deuce Knights needs to kind of lick their wounds, think about this, come at it a bit differently, but XL Rose may get cut off here. Another Fatal Links.
Yeah, Fatal Links does come in. We do see a Cult Altar does get activated, but another Cult Altar for the side of Insomniacs as well. And we do see that literally might be in a little bit of a bad place as they do take down this bottom tower and into the back line. We see Ultra on top of Cloud. Is he going to be able to get that kill?
Oh my God.
Able to take him down right now. That is 4 kills for the side of Insomniacs, and they are basically dominating the first 8 minutes of this game.
They didn't even need Gala that whole time, T-Rex.
Yeah, they didn't. I mean, at this, like I said,
317.
we saw how the Paquito does so good in the mid game, and that paired up with Glitter Alley. Another thing we have to point out is Michelle is every time using the Cult Altar first, every single time. And what I noticed time and time again when you have this Fermis and Valentina pair up, it kind of comes down to who uses it first, because whoever uses the second is going to last a little bit longer, right? They're going to have that sustainability a little bit quicker, and that life-saving force is going to go away a bit faster from the side of Deuce Knights every time Michelle's forced to pop it a little prematurely.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate too because it's not really on Michelle there. It's on the placement of her teams there. A lot of them are just getting caught out, and it's forcing Michelle to kind of try to save her team. I mean, you could not use it, and then your team will die, and it's pretty much a waste of having a Cult Altar in the first place. But now we are seeing minions starting to push here, mid and bottom lane. Here comes the Black Dragon from Gala. We do see a concealed play coming in as Esmeralda dives in with a Falling Star Moon. We do see Fatal Links coming in. Cult Altars all over the board right now, and we see down goes Hikaru, down goes Faramis. That is 3 down for the side of Deuce Knights, and the rest of them 4 down for the side of
Maniac!
Deuce Knights. Was trying to disengage them.
Savage!
No!
Unstoppable is the side of Insomniacs, and the first win going to them over Deuce Knights.
I can't believe Glitter Alley stole that Savage.
That was a mosh pit.
That was definitely a mosh pit, and I think at this point, Deuce Knights has to think, all right, let's not do this Valentina Faramis thing. Maybe just keep them banned off, right? Now, to not talk about future games, let's talk about this one. Insomniacs, where was this yesterday? Where was this style of play? This, I mean, just complete dominance over a game. Yesterday, when they were going up against Team First Bloods, they just rolled over on Deuce Knights in game 1 of the bottom bracket.
Well, I mean, the problem came from all of these heroes getting negated as they came in to these team fights. I mean, look at the amount of CC on the side of Insomniacs here. You've got the pop-ups from Bakito, the fears from Valentina after she lands her ability twice. You've got the Petrify and the knockups from Yuzong. You've got the Fatal Links from Atlas here. There's just nothing but CC after CC after CC. So there's really not much that you can do once you get caught in one of those. So they were basically just in a coma during all of this damage that's being output onto them.
Definitely in a coma there. Now, Insomniacs, it's kind of clever, right? Insomniacs put someone else into a coma. Now, going into game 2, Deuce Knights. Question is, what pick do they want to pick here, right? Do they stick with the first pick, go for the second, put Insomniacs on that, in front of the gun there to have to choose? And it looks like that is what they're going to be going for. They're going to move into the second pick here, force Insomniacs to be, decide how they want to play out the draft. And that's kind of like the technicality of the draft, right? I think so many of us don't think that deep into it, right? Like when you're in the first pick, you're kind of in the driver's seat and you're going to decide how these tiles fall, how these heroes are chosen, what you want to prio, what you want to give over, what kind of mind games are you going to play here. And we are jumping into the second draft now, so let's see how Insomniacs decides to do this.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting match here. I feel like giving up that Faramis and Valentina, just too volatile for these compositions right now. They definitely it felt like they just started the game a foot behind when trying to deal with it. And as we started moving later and later into the game, Deuce Knights just had more and more trouble. The early cult altars, dealing with the CC from the side of Insomniacs. I mean, just take them out. I mean, deal with whatever you have to there, whatever you're going to let free, possibly throw Beatrix into the ban as well, and just deal with what comes, because it was frustrating, I'll bet, to play against that, as that was just a very dominating match by Insomniacs, and we know Deuce Knights has it in them to be better here.
No, definitely. And one of the biggest things that we've seen is that it could have been a play, right? Now we're seeing the Valentina ban, right? It could have been a play to leave open the Faramis and then pick the Valentina to be able to always have the Cult Altar, and I feel like that is the best combination of a counter for when you're leaving open a Faramis, so it could have been just like, a Yu-Gi-Oh play. They were like, here's my trap card.
Your team is banning.
Well, we do see that the Beatrix is getting taken out there by Insomniacs, who were actually able to pick it up last time. And yeah, they're going to go ahead and take out that the Faramis and the Valentina here. And there goes the first pick, Balmond, which is basically the NA staple right now.
I would definitely say, I wouldn't be surprised if Balmond at one point is not carrying a North American flag as a skin. But we'll see one day. Hint, hint, Mobile Legends. But you say a staple of North America, the next thing that comes to my mind is a Kai.
Yeah, Kai gets picked up here, and I do like the disengage from him. So we're going to have a nice little spin-off here between Deuce Knights and Insomniacs, but that Wan getting picked up, which kind of honestly has not had the greatest favor here in the Squad League or in North America in general. I feel like Wan kind of been on the outs lately just because of how weak her laning phase is and how long it takes for her to kind of get revved up. But once she is revved up, that crossbow at Tang, the amount of damage that she can dish out with really no fear from the enemy team, because they're not going to be able to touch her with it. But in answer to that, we do see a Diggy pick on the side of Insomniacs.
Yeah, the Diggy pick's good. I'm actually super surprised that they ended up going up with a Lilia. And I mean, you got a Diggy inside of a Lilia and a Wanwan and an Akai. Like, I mean, Diggy's gonna have a lot of opportunities to have to utilize that ultimate. So do they do it though is the real question here.
Well, it's going to be interesting here because, first of all, the Diggy will counter those weakness stacks that the Wanwan is able to put on, will counter that heavy spin that the Akai is able to put on, and possibly be able to counter the amount of CC that you're going to get from Michelle on this Lilia. But that right there, automatically kind of a double-edged sword already, because they're not going to be using these abilities all together. They're going to be spreading out this abilities. And already Diggy has 3 different abilities that he is competing with, and the amount of damage that Michelle is able to burst out might spell a doom for Theo. But we are moving into the second half of this banning phase, and we do see that Insomniac's taking out that Dyroth as a possible counter to the Esmeralda.
Yeah, and they might just continue to hammer into the EXP lane there. I like the fact that Deuce Knights hones in onto the gold lane, really limiting on what 8 letters is going to pick here with Beatrix, Irithel, and Claude gone. They take out the Estes. Maybe a bit of a foresight ban there. Like, I mean, I mean, it's either a huge brain play or a complete and utter whiff. I don't know. I like to think that maybe it was a big brain play, right? Like, they're just thinking like that would be the doom of us if they get the Estes. Now, looking at the side of Deuce Knights here, I do think normally that the Akai would kind of counter that Balmond. And I know, like what you said, Private, the Diggy has to pick and choose, but it will help. If they want to be aggressive in the early stages, it's normally it would be trouble for the Ballman to go in against the Akai, but now he does have that option. I'll bring over the Melissa now.
I mean, at this point, the team lacks a lot of CC. As you can already see, they attempt to go for maybe the Selena. I mean, a Popo Kupo play might be good here, but they don't do it.
Oh, this is going to be really interesting here. We do see the comfort pick of the Ling on the easy peasy, but in answer to that, 8 letters goes ahead and pick up the Melissa, who we do know that that ultimate go away is able to, I mean, you're not going to be able to land that Tempest of Blades onto her. So it's going to be very interesting to see how easy peasy is able to compete with this, or if he is going to be able to kind of maneuver his way around that ultimate to still be able to pick up the kill on 8 letters here.
Yeah, the Melissa could be the clutch pick here, right? We barely see her in competitive games, but you're right, the mechanics of that ultimate, it's gonna stop the Akai possibly, it's gonna stop this Ling possibly, so it could end up being like the play that makes this composition. I'm just wondering if it's going to stand out. Like, on paper, it's one of those things that looks good, and we look at a lot of these heroes and think about how they look good on paper, but a lot of times it just doesn't work out the way we theoretically see it. But this will be the test, and what a better test than the playoffs in the lower bracket right now.
Yeah, this is going to be game 2 of Insomniacs taking on Deuce Knights. Deuce Knights hanging on. This is the hopes and dreams here for them. If they lose this match, they are going to be knocked out, but they are trying to prove that they are not going to go out quietly.
Yeah, no better way to set the stage, right? Because whoever loses this is out. And what makes it even more interesting is we've been wanting to see Easy Peasy on the Ling pick. We know it's such a fun thing to watch, so why not go out? If you are going to go out in glory, pick something you're comfortable with, pick something you like, pick something you can have fun on. So I like the composition from Deuce Knights right now, and honestly, I'm a strong believer that Uranus can win out against Esmeralda as we creep on past level 4 into more of the mid game. As long as Uranus cannot take any deaths, he can be a very nice front line, opening up the space for this Lilia, for Easy Peasy, and for Cloud on this Wanwan.
But what I'm kind of seeing here, T-Rex, is that we're seeing on the side of Insomniacs, they're relying heavily on skill-based heroes like Selena. I mean, yeah. I mean, they're going pretty crazy down here, but again, the Ling is still.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and start that off with a lethal counter, and down goes Claude. Rose not able to do much to stave off that damage, so a very clean early kill, but we do have a 1-for-1 exchange there.
Yeah. No, maybe.
Easy Peasy picks up a kill on a Glitter Alley in the mid lane. Yeah, Easy Peasy picks up the kill on a Glitter Alley in the mid lane, also gets a little bit of gold plating, so we're already seeing Easy Peasy compensating elsewhere on the map, being proactive. He doesn't even care about the gold lane right now, which could be problems when we creep into the later stages of the game, right? Wanwan, Rose both taking a death, but Ling may just take this blue buff.
Yeah, he is going to go ahead and try to race at it as the rest of Insomniacs are kind of making a beeline for this turtle. I don't even think they realize what is going on. Ling is actually going to have enough time to get this blue buff and get himself in a decent position of trying to pick up this turtle. Is he going to be in there in time? We do see him come in. Captain Blade comes out, but he's not able to pick up the lord. He is going to go ahead and use that Finch pose to get himself to safety. So they don't get a kill for it, but he is able to pick up the blue buff from the Belmont. Right now at mid lane, Theo is putting on the pressure to the rest of Deuce Knights here.
They're just everywhere. And I want to reiterate just a little bit on to like kind of what I was saying. There's a lot of skill-based heroes on the side of Insomniacs, you know. You got that Selena, you have the Theo. A lot of these heroes require you to actually be there present and be able to actually hit certain abilities. And I feel like Deuce Knights might be able to do something about it, but they hit an Abyssal Arrow.
Yeah, Abyssal Arrow onto Michelle, but she does have those black shoes to go ahead and get out of that damage. Down here at the bottom, we do have a 3-on-1, and Rose might be in a little bit of trouble, does have that spin, is able to pop up Otra, and a heavy spin is going to go ahead and pin him out, but he's going to have to disengage there. Tempest Blaze does come down here. We are collecting up swords. Is Easy Peasy able to get that gold minion and Finch pose his way to safety?
Oh,
we do see the rest of
maybe?
3 members of the rest of Insomniac.
Oh.
With that reverse time from Theo, able to snatch back Easy Peasy for the rest of his team to pick up the kill.
Oh, now Cloud.
Yeah, in a little bit of trouble now. He's going to have to disengage here, trying to run. We do see that time journey being executed here, but on the flank, Michelle able to pick up the kill onto Theo. Black Boots has been activated, literally in a little bit of trouble dancing around that bush, but it's not enough, and the rest of Deuce Knights are not entertained and pick up another kill.
That alley was not glittered enough.
Yeah, definitely had a little trouble shining there, but they are going to keep moving, and at this point, I would say that Insomniacs, they do have a bit of a lead here, right? 1,000 gold lead, but Deuce Knights, like I said, being proactive. I think at this point, it's like you either need to really hard focus into the gold lane and match Insomniacs there, like either match them where they are or just completely let them do whatever you want. I feel like Easy Peasy does have the mobility and just try to split push, just try to play elsewhere. And instead of matching them in the team fight, match them on the map.
Yeah, we thought Easy Peasy was going to go ahead and try to pick up that turtle, but not able to match the damage. We still have a fight going on at the turtle buff, as well as the rest of Deuce Knights are trying to make their escape.
Now, looking at the top side, we do see Gala, both of them just doing the same thing. Easy Peasy is down to death, and this is going to give Otra a nice advantage, able to be a bit more aggressive. Easy Peasy stole some blue buffs, but we may start seeing Ballman trying to come in himself. Insomniacs, though, are playing a safe past game. Even last game, the early game was pretty slow. Both teams taking their time. My question is, like, who is that really going to fall into? I feel like both teams, once again, have brought in some early game, brought in some late game, so it's just hard to make the call here.
I can definitely understand.
Abyssal Arrow does land onto Michelle, but she is able to get out without the use of the Black Boots. And here comes Hikaru from the back lane. He might have bit off a little bit more than she is going to be able to get away as the rest of Insomniacs trying to push onto this gold lane, but no real give yet by both of these teams.
Definitely no real give. And I mean, but I mean, there's technically a little bit of give, you know. The gold is the diff here. On the side of Insomniacs, they're definitely controlling it, and I want to, you know, attribute that to the possibility of just the ball mon, but we got a kill steal play.
Yeah, we have a concealed play, but Theo able to activate that time journey. So Rose does get taken down by 8 letters. Here comes the Tempest of Blades. Is it going to be enough to take down 8 letters? It's not. Easy peasy, in a little bit of trouble. Does get taken down and cleaned up by Ultra there. And now a spin to win. Are they going to be able to get this next kill onto Michelle, who does get reset and taken down by this trio of Insomniacs?
I like to call that my classic Oreo squish.
My classic Oreo squish, the bait and tackle. Rose tries to come in, tries to make the play, gets completely answered back by that time journey, and then Otra just comes in out of nowhere at the end of that and cleans things up. Otra sitting at 2-0-3 right now. Still the endless battle going on in the top lane. Hikaru may be ending soon if he gets caught off here.
Yeah,
Nice.
very smart play by Hikaru there not to go ahead and put any damage on the Esmeralda while in range of that tower.
I was actually surprised they didn't collapse in on that and get a little bit of a flank, but I guess they're not really worried about Hikaru here. Ooh, reverse time.
Yeah, we do see that Hikaru kind of coming in onto Theo, but Theo not really worried. We do see a little bit more of those Diggy Bombs coming out, and the Consecration is activated by Hikaru. Down at the bottom lane, we do see a heavy spin. Now onto 8 letters. Are they going to be able to pick up that kill? They are, but they lose one of their own as the rest of Insomniacs coming down to join the fight. Black Boots has been activated. Easy peasy gets caught with an Abyssal Arrow and taken out cleanly. The rest of the Deuce Knights are going to have to get away. Cloud gonna have to use that purifiability of his as he got hit with an Abyssal Arrow, and this is what we were talking about earlier, that the Abyssal Arrow and those lockdown skills on the side of Insomniacs.
I mean, at this point, easy peasy on this Ling, you're kind of at the fall off stage, right? Like, Ling is kind of make it or break it. You really need to scale up if you want to do the damage, and with 3 deaths at 8 minutes, it's going to be very hard for him to make an impact. I think at this point, maybe use him in the off lanes, use him to split push, take objectives, but he can't be going in for any of those crazy plays. I don't even know if he should be getting super involved into these team fights at this moment.
Ooh, yeah, a lot of pressure going on. We do see a spin coming up from Otra on here as the rest of Easy Peasy does have the Tesla Blades, does miss it onto Glitterly, is going to go ahead and use that Finch pose to get away, but he gets taken off the wall as Gala senses blood in the water, is on the chase right now. Cloud is doing his best to fend it off, but is not able to get there in time, and here comes the crossbow of Tang. Theo might be in a little bit of trouble, does activate that time journey. They are not able to get the stun onto him, but they do pick up the kill.
Cloud making a comeback right now. Had a very rough start in the game, but we're starting to see this 1-1 pick up the pace a little bit. Could be the saving grace for Deuce Knights in this game.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of pressure onto this bottom lane. We see if this little arrow does come onto Rose, as literally trying to fend it off, is not able to stop it. And I mean, they're coming back right now. 3 towers to 1.
And again, I want to attribute that to a little bit again. They just are they're having a lot of heroes that are skill based, and then bam!
Wow!
Oh, no way!
There, and they are able to get away there. That was a lot of damage that just went onto that Uranus, but he was luckily able to get away, so some abilities wasted there.
And again,
Hikaru is just gonna constantly get away. You can already tell he's at a point now. He's taking no deaths. He's at a point where, like, you just aren't gonna be able to kill him. The amount of burst damage this went on to him, and he's still able to safely just walk away without a problem.
Yeah, we're starting on the floor, but Easy Peasy is now just coming into the fight, looking for an opportunity. On the wall, gets caught by an Abyssal Arrow! Oh my god, what luck as Michelle able to take down Gala, and now it looks like the momentum in the side of Deuce Knight as Cloud chasing down. Theo gets the kill there and not able to finish the job as 8 letters able to take him down. Hikaru trying to put on more damage, and here comes the top of the blade onto 8 letters, who no longer has that ult to fend off Easy Peasy, and now it looks like they have the momentum on their side. 3 kills to 2 in favor of Deuce Knights.
You know, 1-1 right there got the kill, does end up going down, but gives the space to Easy Peasy to safely take that Lord. Deuce Knights now in the lead with this goal. Deuce Knights now on the aggressive side, able to start pushing in onto the side of Insomniacs. And at this point, Deuce Knights definitely have a hand on this possible victory.
And I think it might have to be a contributor to how sustainable Hikaru is here. I don't think they've ever really needed Hikaru in a fight and just constantly controlling that left lane. And we have the Lord coming in now. Is this another best of 3 private?
Yeah, we're about to find out because this is a non-luminous Lord. They are trying to line up these lanes, able to take up a top one. We do see Easy Peasy coming in onto Otra. Does receive a ult for his trouble. Here comes a very wide abyssal arrow as Exile taking a bit of damage is going to go ahead and get away. Another tower going on to the side of Deuce Knight. They are not out of this fight yet. Minions marching down at the bottom lane and to the top lane. Abyssal arrow is wide as well, and the defense from the side of Insomniacs that they're going to have to contest with all of their inhibitor lanes, and they are left to only 3 towers, and this is quite a turn from what we saw at the beginning of this game.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at our items here, again, we're seeing a pretty a team that requires a lot of tenacity, as I like to say early on in the game. From the side of Insomniacs, they have to hit these abyssal arrows and they're just not hitting them, and even if they do, they're just not able to absolutely collapse on them. And then it just comes down to the combination of the Wanwan baiting out abilities, doing some of those small things, and then again the Ling just able to make it out of everything. I just don't know, man. I mean, it could be anybody's game here being at 12 and 10, T-Rex.
Yeah, I would say both teams definitely have a good amount of bulkiness, a good amount of damage. It's not like what we've been seeing earlier, just, you know, full on attack. Both teams do have the opportunities, but as this game creeps on more and more, we're seeing Deuce Knights kind of open up a little bit. Cloud able to now start making some plays. Hikaru able to create the space for those plays. And even Rose, who had a very rough start, is now in a place where, once again, it's all about right now, I think, opening up the space for Cloud to get that crossbow of Tang off. And even Michelle's honestly one of the doing also very well, 4-1-3. We haven't, nothing too crazy has come from her, but on the Lilia, we know that it's dangerous to go against someone that has been able to get these items in.
Yeah, we do have that Black Boots activated very early, and here comes an early ult from Easy Peasy as he's going to have to get away there. We might be in trouble here as we are waiting for this fight to engage. Lord is being taken down right now. We do see Time Journey activated, and down goes Theo to Cloud. B letters might be, or A letters might be in a little bit of trouble here as they are latching onto him. They are not trying to let him get away, and down
Easy Peasy
goes Claude, unfortunately. And oh my god, at base right now, Easy Peasy is trying to put some damage. A Finch pose away as well. So a lot of split priorities here, but still managing our Deuce Knights.
And Hikaru is just a wall that they can't seem to get by. And with that, Deuce Knights are able to make Insomniacs dissipate and take prominence over this Lord. Again, they're able to oppress Insomniacs back, split them apart, and secure another Lord.
What a great play by the side of Deuce Knights. We do see that another fight coming up. Here comes a Tempest of Blades. We do see the Abyssal Arrow does go wide there. Hikaru standing in the front line. The lone wall for the side of Deuce Knights. The damage that he is taking for his team right now as we have a Luminous Lord making his way through the
He's
top
just
lane.
Walking into arrows. Just like walking into like, yeah, I got this. I got this. Making the way downtown.
Nah, the Abyssal Arrows, I mean, just the constant presence of Rose just taking those Abyssal Arrows. Same thing with Hikaru, but...
Oh.
Yeah, we are charging deep
Oh!
into the... Look at that! And but down goes Easy Peasy, even though he lands an ult. Cloud able to take down the tower. Michelle takes down 8 letters right now. We are in a little bit of trouble as here comes a heavy spin. We are spinning away on both teams here, and we do see the Lord is at... We are going to a game 3!
What
Holy.
a clean turnaround from Deuce Knights. Even the last easy peasy got away from that. I just wanted to, like, and honestly, making me swallow my words once again. I thought it was over for Easy Peasy after those first 3 deaths, and he's able to turn around and make some big plays, some game-changing plays towards the end of that game, from the split pushes to the dives to the finding his targets, showing that Ling is not a dead hero, can still be used in many different manners, and doing it very well. Deuce Knights comes out on top, but the true and well-deserved MVP of that game, the steadfast, the wall of the team, the iron wall, Hikaru.
Definitely the Iron Wall Hikaru, not stopped, always invading. A lot of the teams just never, the team just didn't collapse on him and just let him to do what he needed to do, Private.
Yeah, and that is the unfortunate story of letting a Uranus kind of get that stacked up. But I mean, it wasn't just that. It was the way that Deuce Knights were able to kind of separate to create pressure on one hand. It's like, look over here, guys. You see this Ling over here by your core trying to take it down, which gave them enough time to go and get the Lord. They had to all turn around to deal with that while they're all taking losses as well. So both Easy Peasy, and I mean, I know a lot of people want to use this as a Ling's not dead, but man, unless you can play it at the level that Easy Peasy was able to, you saw that last fight, dove right in the middle under core with that Tempest of Blades, landed it on 3 Insomniac players. He did end up going down, but the damage was already done. He made the opening for his team to get that Lord into the core, and then the rest of that was a wrap. Just an amazing play by Deuce Knights, just to show that they are down, but not out and not yet.
Yeah, we are going to go now into game 3, the rubber band match. Definitely excited about it. And, you know, we were hyping up this game, Deuce Knights for Insomniacs. They both have been showing what they got. So I'm excited to see who comes out on top here. Insomniac, it seems like a lot of teams have been opting for the second pick. Insomniacs now, with them losing, they get to pick which spot of the draft they want to be on, and they're going to put themselves into the second pick. And it seems like that's been the trend lately, right? And almost to the point of even whoever has first pick has been losing recently. And I mean, we see some wins come from the second pick still, but it definitely seems to have an effect on how these teams draft and on who can capitalize by getting those 2 picks as the response.
Your team is banning.
Well, I mean, and that's the problem, is you get it's no longer there's just this one insurmountable hero that counters everything. There are counters out there. So you pick one strong hero, you're going to be answered with 2 more on the side. And it looks like Insomniacs, we've seen it not just here, but in across the ocean there in C servers. A lot of teams prefer those 2, the second pick, where you get 2 chances there, and you get to reply to your opponent rather than throwing something out there and kind of I want to say just kind of hoping that there's not a correct answer from your enemy.
Yeah, so with the Ballman banned out now, Natalia banned out, Masha, Faramis. I want to say that Deuce Knights are going to try to force the Valentina ban into the hands of Insomniacs here, right? And maybe leave themselves a nice marksman open. And these last 2 bans always are like the hardest, right? Especially when you have things like the Ballman, the Natalia.
Your team is banning.
So
it's gonna be interesting.
Insomniacs has the choice, right? Like what G said before, do they want to leave the Valentina and the Beatrix open? Do they want to leave them both on the field here for an answer? And I don't know. You ban out the Valentina, right? Because 1-1's still up.
Oh, we're going to go ahead and answer with an immediate Julian. No hesitation, no thought process, no weighing the options. He's like, boom. Got it. Now, I didn't even think about Ling because I honestly I kind of like Easy Peasy on Ling. It's just basically if there's a T-shirt made of Easy Peasy, it's gonna have Ling on it just because of how skilled he is and how well he can use that. But I mean, he comes with mechanics of his own, and I do believe he's gonna shine. And Julian on basically my favorite Julian role for that character being the jungle.
Yeah, and I got a feeling Easy Peasy's gonna do well with it, right? Like we like to see him on these mechanical heroes. Last night when we watched them play, he picked up like the Akai and a few things like that, more bulky junglers. And this is what I wanted to see from him. This is where I think he thrives. These are the type of picks, these aggressive, in your face, trying to make plays happen type of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, we see the answer right now. The Esmeralda and the Beatrix getting picked up, two very strong picks, and I feel like, and this is like an answer that you usually get in reply to the first pick. You got that very solid laner, and then Beatrix, who we all know is just one of the most balanced heroes that Mobile Legends has ever put
made
out there. Yeah, ever made, ever. But we do see that Wanwan gets picked up here, and
Your team is
I have not been the biggest fan of Wanwan, just because of how late and how weak her kit is where to shine. So I mean, it's going to depend on how well Deuce Knights can kind of capitalize, because you saw that last game, it really wasn't too far into the late game. They grabbed, they got a little bit of advantage, and then they pushed that, and then closed the game as quickly as they could.
Yeah, I think Deuce Knights, what they did a great job at last game was like controlling the macro of the map and splitting up Insomniacs and a lot of those. And every time the Lord came up, they did very well at keeping Insomniacs separated, having to make a choice between Lord or base or Lord or Cloud, you know, things of that nature. So it looks like Insomniacs are thinking this Julian is going to be a mage and are now going to waste some bans on to some jungle. So another smart play from Deuce Knights here, right? I mean, and it's true, like maybe Insomniacs doesn't expect Easy Peasy to play it as a jungle. Maybe they're misreading this a little bit, but this is going to be a big plus for Deuce Knights in this banning phase.
It definitely can be. And you know,
it's go ahead.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, the Julian has that flexibility that can, you know, throw the loop, and that's sometimes why teams don't like to leave that open and someone to be able to pick.
Which I was meant for.
They go both ways. I like the fact that they ban the mage and the one just in case. Like, we don't know if it's a mid, we don't know if it's jungle, so we're gonna ban one from both.
Yeah, but still they do have even, I mean, a very interesting read there by Insomniacs. They get an Atlas without, I mean, you can still answer with a Diggy here though, on the side of Insomniacs.
I don't know what made me think more, but like that ho ho ho, I was like, man, is Private a wizard now? Like what's going on here? Like, is he like, he's like picking all the picks here? What, you got like the master hat or something?
He's Darth Sidious. good. Now I think so like we know how good and how aggressive Otra can be in the early game on this Paquito, right? So once again, Insomniac's just trying to balance things out. The only thing is, like, honestly, no. Like, I want to say Beatrix is late game, but no, she's like mid. Like, she pops off pretty quickly. So even with picking this very late game Cecilion, I still think they're not too heavy into a late game composition here. And Paquito can make those plays happen. And Deuce Knights show that they fall into some of those Paquito traps, those mid bushes. Like, there was a few times we saw them just walk right next to that wall where Paquito's just waiting for you. Knockout punch, you're dead. So I think this time Deuce Knights need to play around that, need to be careful and know the risk when Paquito's on the field.
Yeah, and but they respond really well. They respond really well. Then now they have a Cho, which is now hopefully going to be able to possibly control a Wanwan, but we'll see. We'll see.
Why pick a Cho over a Diggy? And this might be like one of those 5-head plays where you pick an Atlas and you're like, I dare you to pick Diggy. I dare you. And like, I'm sitting here, I'm like, why wouldn't you pick a diggy? But maybe that's part of that, like that 5-head plays where like we're gonna bait them or to try to see if they can call our bluff. But they pick up the Cho, which could have its own repercussions here for the side of Deuce Knights as we move into the third and final game. Deuce Knights taking on Insomniacs here. Loser goes home, winner prevails and survives to fight into the second round of the bottom brackets.
Most definitely, we are going to be jumping in to see how this plays out. Now, we've known Cloud has done an okay job on the 1-1, even if he falls behind a little bit in the beginning, but how is he going to pair up against the most balanced hero in the game, Beatrix? Now, with the you mentioned why not pick up the Diggy. I think the reason why is they want to have as much aggression in this early game as possible, put as much of pressure onto Easy Peasy as possible, and we see Theo already trying to do that, but is he going to be able to apply that against a Julian and a Lilia?
Yeah, we do see that Gala is going to go ahead and put on some pressure to Easy Peasy already. These guys are all over the Deuce Knights jungle. And Rose in a little bit of trouble does get caught by the Sanguine Glove. An auto attack is going to be able to finish off Rose. So first blood from the side of Insomniacs.
That little tiny bat.
That little thing. It's always so sad to see. And it's so slow. It's just like slowly creeping towards you across the map. Oh, that's sad. So first blood going to them, a good start, especially with what they're bringing to the table, right? So I definitely think at this point, I mean, it's not game changing, not the end of anything, but it's definitely a great start for the side of Insomniacs here.
And I think again, this is something that could contribute. I actually seen last game not too many people focused on anti-heal, and I feel like a combination of that is needed into this game, especially running into a Sicilian, a Paquito, an Esme. You know, like you might need a little bit of anti-heal on the side of Deuce Knights, as well as you're gonna need a little bit of it on the side of Insomniacs here in private.
Wow. Yeah, Theo able to go ahead and sneakily grab that gold crab from Julian here, and we are in fights for this turtle as the rest of Deuce Knights getting into position. Icaro from the back row. We do see an enhanced change. Does pop up Gala with a wide Esmeralda ult there as well. Turtle has been reset, and the rest of Insomniacs kind of forced to back off as Otra not going to be available for this turtle fight. Wait, he thinks twice about going back to base, is trying to make his way back in here. Rose trying to zone out the rest of the team. Sanguine Claws goes out, but it does look like this turtle is going to be able to get picked up by Easy Peasy. Hikaru able to fend off the rest of the damage there.
Some nice dancing from the side of Deuce Knights there, able to contest it, able to take it, and this is a big change from last game where they lost some of those early game objectives. We already see Deuce Knights adapting, playing a slightly different game than what we saw in the last one.
Whoa!
In the early phases.
Oh, very nice. Oh, wow. Fatal Links does land, and Otra gets taken out by that with the help of Michelle there.
Yeah, and I want to say the best play about that is they allowed him to take the blue buff. And, you know, like, that now the blue buff's gone. Like, you're going to come back and you're like, well, now I don't got an extra defense.
Gold lane also just standing at a standstill right now. Nobody's taking a death, which is, it's good for Letters, but it's also good for Cloud. Last game, Insomniacs was just like hovering that gold lane, was trying to put as much pressure on Cloud as possible, but this time we're not seeing that happen. Things once again slow. Both teams times in these early stages, waiting for the moment to really strike here. Karu, I think at this point, maybe Insomniacs want to make Hikaru the focus, because he was the thing that carried them, and they are locking onto him.
Registry?
Yeah, he doesn't have his ult yet either. Consecration is going to have to wait, but he is able to get away. But we see the pressure being put onto this bottom one. Leo might be in a little bit of trouble as we're putting on a lot of damage from these 4 members, but they're still not able to get enough onto this tower. Oh, we see 8 Letters going to go ahead and use that ultimate to clear out the rest of the minions.
Yeah, and this is what we need to see here. If Esmeralda, to be honest, like, is not building anti-heal, there's probably a problem. And I can definitely see into it, but almost had a Fatal Links, but they decide to back up a little bit. Theo coming in with a way.
Yeah, we do see a Wave of Dragon does latch on, and Rose in a little bit of trouble here, does get knocked out by Otra, and that is a cleaned clock for Rose, but it does set up this turtle for the side of Insomniacs. But we do still have 2 members over here trying to fend off this fight. Theo thinking twice, but we do have 3 members now. We have the chains coming out from Easy Peasy onto this turtle. Hikaru trying to stretch out this background, and down goes Cho. Theo gets taken out, so now
Hikaru's on the chase.
Trouble. Yeah, he's chasing Otra way into the back line right now, which allows Easy Peasy. We saw this in the second game as well, zoning them out so they can get and latch on to these objectives. We have 3 members here, might be trapping in Gala. Enhanced chains does just normal chains onto Gala. He takes a heap of damage, but Easy Peasy thinks twice. Sanguine Claw of Land. We do have Way of the Dragon onto Easy Peasy. Is it going to be able to drag him down as we do have the Fatal Wings coming down? Easy Peasy running for his life. Is he going to be able to get away? A conceal is able to help Easy Peasy with that rescue.
How did no one die?
The breakdown on that right there. So first Easy Peasy gets the pickup, then Easy Peasy gets picked by the Way of the Dragon, but Exile Rose is able to make the final trap card play with the Fatal Links, responding once again. That back and forth in that team fight, those small mechanics just helped Deuce Knights so much in that. But the thing we cannot sleep on here, letters. Sitting at 0-0-0, taking a tower already. Deuce Knights now trying to respond to that.
Yeah, he's able to flicker away to safety. Theo comes in for the rescue as well. Hikaru in the back line trying to provide some support, but does get fended off by Otra here. And now it is a war for this purple buff as both teams posturing for this buff. Are they going to be able to get it? We do see Otra sitting dangerously close to it, and it does look like they're going to go in. He is able to get in there, pick up that buff. The rest of the team is on the run as Theo not able to land that Jeet Kune does get stunned. Is he gonna get picked up? He is with that Fatal Links and gets taken down by Easy Peasy. Another death for Theo there, getting caught out.
Yeah, Easy Peasy now definitely hitting a very nice stride along with the rest of his team. 5-2, 3,000 gold lead practically. Not only that, but just when it looked like 8 Letters was handling business in the gold lane, Deuce Knights are answering back, evening out the towers, actually taking the advantage on these towers, especially with Hikaru taking the top one now. So that's 3 down across the field, and this is exactly what Deuce Knights wants. They have access to the enemy jungle, they have all the vision they need, and they can now start playing a bit more on the aggressive side and try to really hammer in and not let this go into the late game.
Yeah, they definitely have to make it, like you were saying, they have to just get this aggression early on. They got the turtle there, and it's gonna definitely come down to this first lord. The Sicilian play is insane. You don't want that late game, especially with it be as well. Might as well, you know, play a great game. Show Deuce Knights is here to actually put boots to the dirt, man.
So, conceal from Theo. Up in the top on a
Up
Wan
at the
Wan.
top we do see the Jeet Kune come on to Wan Wan, who does get away of the dragon, but not enough damage yet for Cloud to go down there.
And the response?
They just weren't there. They just weren't there. They wanted to catch him, but Cho got a little headway. Gala. The damage from Easy Peasy right now.
What an immense amount of damage in those few seconds on the Gala.
Yeah, I feel like they sent Theo an IOU, you know, like he hit everything he could, but no one was there.
Definitely Otra trying to make a play here though on a Rose.
Yeah, Rosie is able to get away there. 8 Letters gets taken out by Easy Peasy, and this is all Deuce Knights right now. Theo! Dragon, but there is a Fatal Links as well. Able to take down Theo and Gala there. Easy Peasy does get taken down.
It's the top lane or the bot lane.
This is a 4v0 right now as a complete team wipe for the side of Insomniacs, and Deuce Knights are on a roll with all lanes beginning to push into these inhibitors.
Which one is 8 Letters?
Exactly, like you gotta make a decision. But all of the towers do have, I don't know what the name of that is, but
it's like a
final
passive
defense there.
Yeah,
it's the passive. I just don't know, like, is there
I like the
an
name
exact
final
name for
defense.
it? final defense.
It's
right?
uncoded name.
The waves do get cleared there. Luckily, 8 letters doesn't have to think too hard about that. And Insomniacs have a bit of a saving grace. But with Lord now up and Deuce Knights at such an advantage, a 7k gold advantage, there's nothing Insomniacs can do but wait for the Lord to come and use 8 letters to try to melt it down as fast as possible.
Exactly. And I mean, what we're seeing here though is like, again, we're only 9 minutes in with almost the base cracked open. You know, like that's pretty tough to have to deal with. You, and I want to say this because like I always see this, there's always one tower down, and then the enemy side, the enemy being Insomniacs, all their towers are gone besides the base inhibitors here. And I mean, that normally shows that one side's snowballing really hard, and we can see that. And all we have to see from the side of Deuce Knights is them to conceal and excel at this and keep the pressure going. Don't let them breathe. Private, take it off from here, my guy.
Yeah, the core is a rockin', don't bother knocking. The Lord is charging his way through the mid lane. All lanes synced up here. We do see Gala coming in with an ult of his own, but this is a non-luminous Lord, so they make short work of it, but they do get an inhibitor under their belt here. Still minions coming up, and I'm not sure if the side of Deuce Knights is done here. It might be safer just to kind of work their way back through the map and reset, but it looks like they are not done. Hikaru just expending that physical presence he has on this Uranus as we have minions crashing down on the bottom tower. Theo sees it, but is not able to do much. Hikaru is still able to dodge some of those attacks from Cecilia. We do see an enhanced chains on Otra. A way of the dragon onto easy peasy isn't going to be enough. He activates that freeze, is able to take down Theo. We have a crossbow. We do see Deuce Knights lives to fight another day and will not go quietly into the night. They advance to round 2 of the bottom brackets.
A wonderful finish from Deuce Knights there, but a beautiful series of games at that. Best of 3. Insomniacs put up a wonderful fight tonight, but they are officially out of the playoffs, and Deuce Knights live to see another day to see if they can make it to the finals for the glory of the NASL.
Holy. Go for it, Private.
I've said it before. This ever since I first started casting for the Squad League, Deuce Knights was my first love in the Squad League. They got that sweetheart moment out of me because I saw how much effort they can put when it comes down to the nitty gritty. When they put in that 110%, they are an unfathomable team, especially with Easy Peasy leading the charge there. We see here, I mean, he didn't get the MVP there, but 5-1-3, not too shabby there, especially coming up from game 2 with some of those lean plays there. But also, I mean, you can't say enough about Hikaru on this Uranus. It's something that has to be considered when you're taking on a team like Deuce Knights, because Hikaru has been basically like the standard for XP laners and creating these openings and these pressure away from objectives as well.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, the Uranus, it always kind of like falls into the background slowly. You know, you kind of forget about him for a while, and then a team starts picking him up for a couple games, and you're like, God, maybe it's just, I think it's like EXP laners just feel like maybe he's a boring hero to play. I don't know, like, because he's not flashy. He's a little even less flashy than Esmeralda, but it just goes to show how viable he can be. You know, normally you see a lot of people pick up the Dairos now to counter the Esmeralda, things like that, but the Uranus is just always sitting there waiting for his chance to shine, and he almost always does every time he's picked up.
Definitely. And like 006 still being able to get a gold medal And I mean, that shows you that even he had 6 assists as an XP laner when Rose had 5, but had a couple more kills. Like, who was really the tank this time around, you know? And I feel like that is one of the, like, if you're not going to be aggressive, pick up that Dyroth and dive right into it, go worry to Uranus.
Most definitely now. Oh, go ahead.
I was just about to say, I'm kind of... this is why I was not so sold on the Cho pick, because, I mean, you are not answering... Atlas is one of those picks that needs to be responded to. There needs to be a counter for it, and they didn't have it. Even if you Way of the Dragon, you landed a Way of the Dragon onto Atlas, it's not enough CC to stop him from being able to land those fatal links, and I feel like that was probably the downfall here for the side of Insomniacs in an answer. And I mean, I know we discussed about why not pick Diggy, but I feel like he probably would have been the best call here, and maybe the squishiness of the team kind of warded the rest of Insomniacs away from that pick.
Yeah, and you're literally G-condoing into a fatal links, right? Like, you're just like, I'm just gonna jump right into this. Hey guys. But Theo did do a good job still. Like, I was like, he was able to kind of dance around easy peasy a little bit there in the early game, able to kind of get past some of those quick movements from the Julians, dodge the knockups, things like that. But in the end, Deuce Knights are able to hold fast and stand strong. And you're talking about how Deuce Knights have kind of been a team you've enjoyed watching ever since you first came to the league. And I gotta say, you know in like high school when you have your book with all the pictures, I'm having a total mind blank, but your yearbook, and you have your like most growth in a person or something like that, or maybe that's not your yearbook that you see that, but anyways, you have, I feel like Deuce Knights, when we look at them 6 months ago when we had like Rose picking up the Mia and doing like, they were like this wild card team that we always talked about, and they made it work. They really made it work, right? But now I think like they've just made so much growth over the past 6 months. They've really just honed in, become this steady team that have almost a bit of a different hero pool than some other teams because of Easy Peasy. We see them pick up a lot more assassin picks, I feel like, than what we see from other teams. And it's been so nice seeing them come so far.
No,
well,
definitely.
Yeah. It's come down to, we had at the beginning of this season, we kind of dealt with the Deuce Knights without Easy Peasy, and I felt like they were trying to fill that void, not as with a lot of frustrations in it. But now that you have Easy Peasy, there's just a synergy and a fluidity with their compositions and with their learning curve at that. I mean, a reverse sweep here against Insomniacs here, like these were like, it was almost like two completely different teams from the first match into the second and the third one. Deuce Knights just showed an amount of synergy, split pushing, split priorities, being able to push a separate lane, even not just the Uranus being able to split a lane, but Easy Peasy doing the same thing with how he utilizes that lane. And pretty interesting dates, I want to say too, with that final draft, where the team was like, you know what, that's respect onto the Ling. Even though he had Julian, they were still like, you know what, let's take the Ling out anyway, just in case. He's so dangerous on that Ling. You don't want to take that chance that he's gonna give that Julian to somebody else and take that Ling up again.
Most definitely. Now, with that, we're now going to be going into the final series of the night. Now, just like last time, one of these teams has to go home tonight, and what we're about to watch is Ethereal going up against the Simpsons. And I have to say, I think Ethereal has a lot to prove in this final series, right? They took a really bad loss against the Valley last night. The Simpsons took a pretty bad loss earlier tonight. So both teams wanting to hang on, but the question is, G, which team wants this more?
I mean, it's just gonna it's gonna come down to which one has the tenacity, you know.
Is that the word of the day?
That's the word of the day. Normally I'm like thick, but I haven't seen too much
Tenacity.
thickness. It's now tenacity.
Okay.
I don't know, you know, the Simpsons showing they got taken out, you know, they got put down to, as Private likes to say, the not so loser bracket.
The bottom bracket.
And they got taken down to the not so loser bracket, and now they're against ETH, you know. And I feel like this is a time for ETH to shine. Let's see them put some work in, and I want to see the tenacity.
I just want to point something out real quick, guys. I'm looking at the prediction boards, and I'm beating both of you in predictions right now.
Oh, don't come at me like that.
I got 1 point on you, G, and 1 point on Predicto Potato.
Predicto Potato. Come on now.
Just saying. I'm standing at the top with everybody else, 7 points. The Simpsons game earlier, I think nobody guessed that. There was a few people, but those who did,
that?
I did not. I did not.
What are you winning on us?
Did. There's I think it was the last game. The last game is where I came out. I predicted Deuce Knights over them, just because Deuce Knights had the sweep. Deuce Knights had the sweep last season. I just had a feeling. I had a feeling Deuce Knights was going to take that game. I didn't.
We need to take T-Rex to Vegas.
No, I'm only good at MLBB predictions. And obviously, with the Simpsons game earlier, we show that I have a slight loss streak here and there.
Okay, let's not take them then.
Yeah, we're shortly going to be moving into the third and final series, but that will not mark the end of the night, because tonight and this weekend we are being sponsored by Eclipse.gg. And guys, do you ever come home tired and worn out and don't want to make those clips of your stream? You can't be arsed at it. You want to just have some dinner, lay down, and enjoy the night. Well, fear not, because Eclipse.gg has you covered. They are an automatic clipping service for you. You register for an account, it automatically takes your Twitch clips or your Twitch streams in, and it knows how to find your kills, it knows how to find your victories, and it creates clips, it creates highlights that you can then immediately post onto TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, whatever you want to, without the fuss of using a movie maker, Adobe Premiere, things like that, and spending hours in there. It will automatically put those together for you. But what does that mean for us here and why we are being sponsored? They are giving us an additional $200 for the cash prize for the squad league here, which bumps us up to $1,700. But for you guys, the lucky viewers, there is an opportunity for 10 of you. That's right, 10. Diaz, 10 of you guys are going to be able to win an epic skin. All you have to do is go to our Discord. Link is in the description, and follow these steps. You're going to have to register for an Eclipse account. It's really easy. You can use Facebook, you can use your Twitch login. You just one click right there, and then post a picture in our Discord of your registration, and then live tonight from those names that have posted their registration to Eclipse.gg, we will do a drawing, a very magical wheel. I've seen it. It's beautiful. Aiko did a wonderful job of decorating it. We're going to do a wheel draw tonight for 10 lucky winners who are going to win those skins. And a very big thank you out there to Eclipse.gg for the sponsorship here tonight.
No, definitely. Go for it. Go for it, T-Rex.
If I didn't already use Eclipse.gg, after hearing Private sell it, I definitely would. Like, I'd be like, wait, what? Like, oh, whatever this man's saying is music to my ears right now. They need to hire you. Forget casting, man. You should be one of those voices.
A salesman?
For a salesman. Or just for advertisements on the commercials. Definitely wonderful. And thanks again, Eclipse.gg.
No,
definitely. So many clips in this bad boy.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Not a car salesman. No, but like what Private was saying, like,
so
just like T-Rex was saying, I've already put in almost all of the names in the wheel, so definitely take your time, go to the Discord, sign up on our link, and definitely hit a screenshot. You know, this is how we get more sponsors. Show them that we're here and we can make numbers, just like the salesman Private the Potato said. But we're gonna get into this next game, and I'm gonna let T-Rex take it off.
You could fit so many clips into this. that right there, that was so gold. You could put a dead body in the trunk, man. Come on.
Oh
How
my
much
god.
space is in this? Anyways, we are going to be jumping now into the final series of the night. Ethereal will have first pick, first band in this draft. Can Ethereal prove themselves and take a win against the Simpsons, or will the Simpsons stand strong and move on to the next round?
Stand
It's gonna be
strong.
interesting.
They're in the
Stand
losers
strong.
bracket. Nah.
How dare you?
Oh my
How
God.
dare you? This is the
Cancel Echo. Cancel Echo.
This is the moving on up bracket, the about to get paid bracket, the
what?
out of it yet. And we see that the first band gonna go to Esmeralda from
That's a
Ethereal.
first.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not against it completely. I'm not like, oh, that's terrible. Esmeralda can carry some games, but we've also seen plenty that like so many people can counter it. Like there's so many ways to deal with the Esmeralda nowadays, but they decided to go for it as a ban.
They did. I'm actually surprised they didn't out of the box go for
Your team
Aramis,
is banning.
Bia, Masha. But I guess that attributes to what do they want to do in their XP lane that they wanted to cancel out Esmeralda so early.
Maybe they're just gonna get real crazy and leave everything open. They're like, listen, we're just gonna ban. We're gonna really spice things up, and it's funny because like the Simpsons almost had to take a Beatrix ban. The Simpsons almost had to take a second. Like, wait, do we need to change the way we're gonna ban here? like they didn't. And the Simpsons are known for like first game, they're just like ban. But I think even the Esmeralda threw them off a little bit there.
They threw us off.
Well, I mean that first pick usually comes with a response that almost always includes an Esmeralda into one of their picks. So I mean, maybe trying to think about that. But what are you leaving open right now? We still do have that Masha, the Julian out there. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what we're prioritizing here from the side of Ethereal.
I don't know. I mean, it's definitely. I kind of see it here. If Simpson doesn't ban it, I think they want the Ballmon.
Julian's open though now. Julian is open now.
He is.
Yeah, but
So maybe
Julian's
see that
not
pick
like
up?
a super comp. You know, you can build around Ballmon and control the battlefield, enjoy the river, and control the Lord. But they get a Franco.
I mean.
You just gave up a Julian.
A
you picked up
Juan and a
Franco.
Julian.
Maybe.
Yeah, well, possibly. I think they wanted the Belmonts.
I think they did too. I'm telling you. I
They just
felt
gave
it.
up hope after that. They were just like, whatever. We'll just pick Franco. I don't know. And oh my god.
But I mean, currently Matcha has a 0% win rate in this
You're right.
stream.
You're right.
You have a point. She's trash.
She's garbage. I don't even know why we were worried. I don't even know why they banned her. She's trash.
Terrible hero, man. I don't know.
We do see the Lilia picked up there, especially with that slow and the bombs and the way that she can kind of bait in abilities with those black boots and then be able to come back to full health and full cooldowns. I mean, it's going to be a force to be reckoned with on the side of the Simpsons.
Most definitely. They do end up getting this Juan one, right? And now with the Juan one and the Franco, also a force to be reckoned with. That paired up with the Eve for some backside support. The only thing about the Eve is like Masha is going to be trying to lock in on that, especially since the Masha will have a lot of trouble catching the Juan. But the thing is once again, back and forth. If the Masha goes for the Eve, Juan's going to be there trying to hit those weakness points.
Your team
I
is banning.
I think you need to make Eve. Eve needs to be a monster here. She really does, because you need to split Damien off from Chef Teasy here. Because I mean, if Damien is able to land that anti-auto attack onto Chef Teasy, sitting duck. What is Wan cannot skip away. She's gonna have to run away with her stubby little legs, which takes her for freaking ever, without that leaping ability, that passive that she has. So you need to create that threat from Ash Cutie to kind of take the priority off of your Wan.
Not only that, you know, like they went end up with a Phoveus, you know, like that, like you would think a Franco, great counter, stop the Wan, which is probably why they didn't go into it right away, banning the Julian, getting that out of the way. I'm not sure if they would actually pick that for a jungle at this point, but they're definitely, I love that. I was gonna say Claude would be the next thing that we'd be going for here, T-Rex.
Now, I want to talk a bit about the Phoveus. Like, this is a hot debate, right? Does
Yeah.
the Phoveus counter the Wan?
Yes.
Some people would say yes, because she dashes, but some people would say that the Phoveus, once you go in there, the Wan can keep on jumping and just get a possible free ulti, right? Now, I do believe that, like, you're only ulting a very tanky hero, but a lot of people do debate that, like, the Phoveus isn't really as much of a counter to the Wan as you think. And so it's a hot topic, I think.
Well, what it does is it basically, you have a choice. Either Wan dances around her teammates to try to get a better angle of the fights, and dances around Phoveus. And if she does that, Phoveus, Wan doesn't have to worry, but the rest of the team is getting pooped on by freaking Phoveus as he's coming down with these demonic forces. Or option 2, Chef Teasy disengages from the fight completely, and then Promise has done his job of isolating a Wan and a marksman out of this fight. So I mean, and that's the problem that you run into when you're, and that's why he can be so useful in these fights with a Wan on the enemy team.
It also forces that, you know, Ethereal here has to, like, you know, decide on a jungle that is not dash heavy, you know, like now, and a lot of jungles nowadays are very dash heavy, as well as, like, it kind of counters the Eve when she hits her first skill, because it still gives her a little speed up, you know. So it just all comes down to how they're gonna play it.
Cold World. I think the Aerithel would be a solid pick right there. They're gonna lock in their jungler first. They know they can pick up that Aerithel at any point, so pick up the Keto Lanier, picking up the Ling. Now, something I think we gotta point out here is both these teams, West teams, we're sitting on the West server right now, so this may just be the time for Ethereal to shine a little bit. They should have decent MS here. Lanier picking up the Ling, really getting to show off, but it's also going to be the point of there's no more excuses. Both teams playing on the best server possible for the size of North America, right? Now, with the Aerithel coming in, you have the answer to the Wan. 1, 2, 3, picking up this Cho. So a little bit of a pick potential, but also playing into the Phoveus once again.
Yeah, and you are playing a Ling into a Phoveus, and while, like I said, Lanier doesn't really have to worry about anything. The rest of his team, who's going to be like, oh god, make him stop, as he's dashing all over the place, and Phoveus is trying to chase him.
Don't come towards us. Don't come towards us.
Yeah, so you're going to have a little bit of a problem. I just like the completeness of The Simpsons. I just feel like it is an answer to Ethereal, rather than Ethereal's kind of a makeshift composition here, which doesn't really seem to be an answer to anything on the side of The Simpsons. But we're going to see how it ends up here as we move into this first match of this final round of the night.
Yeah, definitely excited for it. Now, I wouldn't say that, you know, I think you said it very well, but I wouldn't exactly say that Ethereal is like makeshift. I think they have a really good composition, but I think the problem is they were just focused on that composition, right? Instead of trying to answer back, they were just like, this is the build we're gonna do, that's what we're gonna do, that's it, and that's it, you know? Like, I like, when I look at their team without seeing the opposing team, I think it really works well around the world manipulation. I think a lot of those things, a lot of these heroes can work well together in team fights, but the Simpsons have everything to just pick them apart.
And I think it's going to come down to that. Like you said, T-Rex, I think it's going to definitely come down to how well they poke and prob, you know, like can they get that poke and prob to actually happen? And I mean, what we need to see from Ethereal here is, again, solid control under the gold lane. I feel like is going to win the game here. Ooh.
Yeah, Damien just charging into this purple buff, trying to expend that retribution of Linear.
Oh my.
And he does get the kill onto Linear there. So maybe, and this is the problem with that Masha pick. 1, 2, 3 dunk does come in there. Oh! He is able to get that bar of health, and Damien gets away scot-free.
You know, even if they got Damien, Cold World does get hooked off cam, so a little bit of a pickup there. What I was gonna say is, even if Damien got taken out there, it would have been worth it. The thing is, they don't even get Damien, so that is a big plus. Luckily, they salvaged something in that gold lane and put Chef TZ a little bit ahead.
But we were able to see, even from the last game, easy peasy on this Ling. Just being down and out doesn't mean that Ling is out of the game, especially as we move into the later game. It's just going to take some skill level to get there. Linear is going to have to go ahead and activate that Finch pose as he is getting contested for this gold crab. It does get picked up by Damien, who is answering again, stealing food out of the mouth of Linear here.
Oh, look at Luke Pearson Promise rotating up. So Simpson's being very proactive on the map. You have Damien constantly harassing, Promise rotating around, making plays, Turtle back on the map. I like the rotations from the Simpsons right now.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to the rotations, you know, like I love how Damien's now being able to utilize that Linear.
Oh.
Yeah, Linear in trouble here, is getting caught off of that wall, gets a kill picked up on him, and this is not a good look for the side of Ethereal right now. We do have real world manipulation coming down, and down goes their jungler. Also, Black Boots is activated for Nate, still have that real world manipulation out, but he is able to get away, and Damien coming from the back lane here.
The fact that Sprint can just run through a real manipulation wall is... Oh my god, a beautiful hook.
Bujo there, it was beautiful there. Damien thought he had it, but gets caught out of midair from the Franco here, and gets, I guess, gets startled because he was not able to capitalize and get that purple buff from Ling.
But he literally runs right back over to the blue buff before he leaves. Like, we thought we saw some good Masha tonight, but this is what we mean by how menacing the Masha can be, and Damien is just playing it to a T. I mean, getting hooked, getting pulled, getting kicked, getting prodded, but still there to be a nuisance and still doesn't go down.
Yeah, we're seeing another engagement here. We do see the crossbow of Tang from Chef TCPZ in a bad way, getting sandwiched into the Simpsons here, and not tried to get over that ledge there, but Damien read that like a TV newspaper there and gets taken out.
Gets taken out.
Promise. I mean, earlier when we saw Linear go for that blue buff, we just saw how bad, especially, you know, you mentioned Ling still does have a chance, but I feel like in a game like this, when you have Promise on the field, like, he's already falling behind, and with someone that can directly target you and knock you off the wall, it's going to be an issue.
Yeah, and I think I feel like it always comes down to, you know, like the harassment, like you were saying. Like, this is what we really needed to see from a Masha. And normally Franco's the one that does a lot of this harassing.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's kind of on the back foot on this game, trying to protect his jungler because Masha's just all over him. And while that is happening, Simpson's able to take a turtle here free and clear.
Yeah, not only has Damien been able to harass, but he's actually picked up some kills as well. Luke Pierce now securing a turtle as Promise continues to create space. Not only that, but up in the gold lane, it almost seems like Cold World is beginning to get the better. Even with that early game death, he's able to kind of win out in his lane a bit against Chef TZ here.
Yeah, and I think it definitely comes down to like the style we have, but we do have a pause here. Not sure what's going down, but we're gonna go back to the caster desk here and see what goes down. Hopefully nothing crazy. I heard someone might have been on the toilet.
Anyway,
Where'd you hear that from?
I don't, you know, you never know, man. Maybe they're like, you know, the pause meta, you know, they had to switch positions.
regroup, think about things. Who knows? Assume I captured S position. Look into the camera. Now with this, we have a little bit of time to talk, right? We're looking at a 3K gold lead for the side of the Simpsons. We're looking at 2 deaths above Ethereal. Not a single tower taken. But so far, it feels like the Simpsons have a nice control on game 1. So let's play the devil's advocate, Private. How do you think the side of Ethereal can get out of this bad start?
Well, Linear needs to be assisted here. We need to have an answer for this Masha. Maybe even if it comes at the point of having Franco try to cover that lane, and maybe have 1, 2, 3 on that Cho to try to help disengage the Masha. Because right now, Linear, they're doing what they need to against a Ling. You starve him out of his blue buff, it's just like a Fanny, and then he's useless. And that's where this Ling, where Linear differs from Easy Peasy. Even though Easy Peasy was behind in the last series, he was still able to kind of keep up his farm. He was taking a lot of deaths. As soon as he came back up, still able to get those buffs, still able to move through his jungle until during the late game, he was able to kind of start split pushing and get to different positions. Over here, we're starting to see Linear get caught, and honestly, it's going to come down to a choice. Linear, I mean, do you have the forte to be able to kind of make these plays back, or maybe just give up on that and start playing more of a support role, more of a split push role, and focus all your efforts on saving Chef Teasy?
Yeah, I think you definitely don't want to get involved into these team fights. You know, that's the last thing I think Linear wants to do. He either needs to be jungling or playing elsewhere on the map. Nate picking up Bujoy now off cam. The Simpsons continue to roll in, continue to be aggressive.
Yeah, and one thing that I gotta point out is that Linear does have the jungle emblem. So we should see less aggression and more farming and more stealing and securing. But Private,
yeah, we see him coming in now onto Cold World. He is putting on some damage. 7 Blades comes down now. He is getting caught after that Tempest of Blades, and a hook goes wide onto Luke Pierce. Here comes the real world manipulation and a suppression onto Damien, but that is not the target you want. Bujoy is trying to get away. He is so low on health.
Oh my God.
The boots onto Ashley and Bujoy on that Franco. What a pickup by Luke Pierce.
Like, let's hold on for a second. I believed. I was like, oh, Linear is about to turn the tables here a bit. Definitely not. That's 2 deaths onto Linear in a matter of like 40 seconds. This is looking rougher and rougher for, oh my God, Luke Pierce is just on a roll right now. And this is what you want to do when you have that, when you're running that assassin emblem. Just push in, push in, push in.
Yeah, they are having.
Linear didn't even have a second to live there. He literally was like a newborn and just knocked out.
Wow, what a combination onto 1, 2, 3 there. Gets taken out by Promise, and Cold World and Promise are going to make short work of this bottom tower. Meanwhile, at the buff, we do see Damien jockeying for position here. Another hook does go wide, and another turtle pickup on the side of the Simpsons. What can stop them?
I love how, like, no matter we're looking at them take a tower, and we're watching them in certain parts of the map. We're watching Luke Pierce make plays here and there, but this whole time Damien is just on them. Wait a second, Damien may finally go down. Not today.
Oh no! And we do see the real world manipulation comes out just a couple of seconds too late, trying to put the damage onto Nate, but it's not. Oh, Nate might be a little bit trouble here. As Cutie gets taken down, Nate actually might get taken out as well. Cold World misses by a second. Is able to get away. Dancing around this tower. He has that conceal on him and is able to get away. But man, 3 kills turned around. 4 kills now on the side of Ethereal right now.
Franco is the sole guy.
And yeah, and Franco's not gonna be able to cut it. I'm wondering like what the answer can be, but at this point the Simpsons are just so dominating this game. All the bases are covered, all the boxes are checked right now, and it's 9K gold lead, 8 minutes. That's over 1,000 gold lead every single minute.
Wow, we do see 1, 2, 3 go in there. Does get a Way of the Dragon onto Irithyll, but gets cleaned up quickly for his actions. And now they are on their back for a nice hook. Does land on the Damien, but man, this is a Masha that's not the target that you want.
Yeah, this is definitely rough. Ethereal backed against the wall once again on the bottom side of this bracket. Can they pick up the pieces and try to find something here?
No, I mean, where they're at right now, it's a tough situation. And really the only thing you can do is like bunker up. And I mean, the one thing that they do have for them on Ethereal is that they have an Eve, which is really good at defending the base. So if they can last another like 7 minutes, I think they might be able to come back.
I don't know. 7 minutes is a long time. I mean, if they do want to, what they need to stop doing, like, there's a nice hook.
What a beautiful hook that lands onto Promise. He is going to go ahead and activate that demonic force. And he is still taking the boots to the
Still going.
Cleaning up 1, 2, 3 and Ash Cutie there. This is payback for getting a hook onto Promise. He does get taken down, but we see 3 players on the side of Ethereal get taken down in reply.
You know, I was just about to say that I felt like 1, 2, 3 shouldn't be trying to make any picks. At this point, the gold deficit is so much that you can't even try to make picks. But now it's to a point where you can't even try to make hooks. You can't even pull someone close to you because they're going to outplay 3 of your members. Like, there is just literally nothing Ethereal can do other than wait for them to come to themselves. 1, 2, 3 tries come in here, but once again, just delete it.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 kid trying. 1, 2, 3 kid. 1, 2, 3 is trying with all his might, but every single time he dives into the show, he gets met down. And now we see that the Lord does get taken down. Real world manipulation is out. Cold World in a little bit of trouble. Tempest the Blades comes down, does clean up. Cold World Linear trying to get away. Does get taken out by Promise there. And we still have minions. We are taking down the top inhibitor. Only 1 more left to go. Are they going to be able to defend this core? Is going down 90% right now. Trying to reach out to that 75%. 2 people down for the side of Ethereal. We do have a crossbow of Tang out right now, and they are able to fend off this, but lose all of their inhibitors for this defense.
Demonic force is here, and it's forced them into submission. Promise just completely dominating. You know, Damien and Promise, both of them have just been on fire. Luke Pierce as well. Everyone making a statement in this game, and Ethereal just can't seem to find an answer. 3 inhibitors down, 10,000 gold lead. Does the Simpsons wait for the next Lord, or they just keep on hammering in?
I mean, what they're going to have to really do is kind of what Linear is trying to do. And what he should have done from the very beginning is utilize that full extent of that jungle emblem and be in the jungle. I don't think I should have ever seen the Ling early on for like the first 4 to 5 minutes. But
oh my God.
Happening here as a lot of damage. Bujoy is going to have to disengage. Conceal Play is going to try to cover up their escape, but we still have 5 members knocking at the door, and minions here as well. They are going to go ahead and try to play it slowly. Looks like we have 15 seconds left on this Lord, which is now going to be transitioning into a Luminous.
Yeah, 7 seconds, right? 12 minutes on the map. Simpsons, I think, just want to try to clear this up now. They want to end it fast, jump into game 2, and go to sleep tonight. Ethereal need to bide as much time as possible. They're living on a prayer right now and hoping for the best. So hang on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if Simpsons can clean up this game with this Lord push.
And I mean, the split push that we're seeing is really decent by Linear. I just don't know if it's going to be enough, to be honest. Like you said, like it's going to come down to this Lord push. But I'm going to go back to what I said. Possibly Ash Cutie might be able to stop the push, but it'll all be contributed to the team themselves.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, you know, at this point, Damien's going to be in the front here. They have plenty of options to try to close this now. I don't even know if there's going to be a possibility to defend this. The damage is there. All the inhibitors are down, so Lord has free round private.
Yeah, we do see the demonic force coming in deep into the back line. Keep continuing to smash in is Promise. We do see that Cold World goes down here, so they are defending, but this tower goes down quickly.
Yeah, there's just no answer to that. When you get that much of a gold lead, that is it. GG's. And the Simpsons, they won that game from the draft. They won that game before the game started. And we said it before this game started that it felt like Ethereal was just kind of picking a composition to play, and Simpsons were answering that composition back perfectly.
I feel like possibly we didn't understand how demonic force works. It's like, oh no, they got a Phoveus to counter our Wan. He counters dashing. They're like, all right, we're gonna pick Cho. They're like, no, he counters dashing. All right, Ling. And it's like,
all right, Ling.
I mean, maybe they were thinking that they could overwhelm him with choices.
Everybody dashed around him in circles. He'll never know.
He'll never see it coming. But man, unfortunately, this is the type of compositions that Phoveus really shines in. You just saw it during that match. There really wasn't, even when he gets hooked, he's able to go ahead and spring off those demonic forces one by one by one, and even take down 3 players as soon as he gets hooked. So, I mean, it was a very rough draft for Ethereal there.
Most definitely, and hopefully they change up. They think a little bit more as they jump into this next game. They have to do something different here. If they lose this, they're out. And not just out of the season, they're out of the playoffs. No chance, nothing. And I'm hoping that they can at least, show a little bit of promise here. I think a lot of people have been down and out on Ethereal. They haven't won a whole lot of games this season. They haven't had the best run. Great team, but they're just continuously running into some hiccups, some issues. So this could be their last chance to prove themselves against the Simpsons. Ethereal opt to take the first pick since they are the losing team. Let's see if they can pull it off.
Take the first pick once again, so are they going to be able to utilize this first pick to its fullest? I think, they were trying to play a Balmon last time. Maybe they, sneak, try to get a Balmon this time, T-Rex.
Yeah, they just banned nothing at all. Nothing. Don't use any of your bans. See what happens.
Well, it's going to be...
Are they actually going to do what I just said?
No. They do get that Morales out of there.
That's right.
I mean, they started with an Esmeralda last time, and then didn't really have an answer for the heroes that were open. I mean, Masha, like, there is a reason why she can be so lethal, and especially in the hands of the Simpsons here.
Most definitely. And with both those bans off, we have the regulars off the map. Now we start to maybe see some different things. Like you said, maybe Ethereal really does want that Balmon pick, but if they don't get it, they need to make a good first choice. They need to pick up something that's actually going to matter. I think the Franco is a solid pick, but I do not think it is a prio pick. I do not think it is the most game-changing pick that you're going to pick it above every single other thing. Ethereal this time, very respectively and wellly banning out the Mashachi.
Yeah. I mean, banning out the Masha, the Valentina, and the Faramis. Of course, all of these heroes are just very, very strong in their own right. I think it's definitely going to be coming down to the comp. So let's see what they can definitely get done this time around. Probably not a Ling, but maybe if the setup's correct. I don't know. Private, what do you think?
I'm not sure if hero pool might be a problem for the side of Ethereal. We've seen times when they left Julian open. That time they left Masha open for the last game. So, I mean, if that is a problem, we're going to have to work on our ability to kind of synergize while we're out in the game, and that includes trying to protect your jungler, which was a huge problem for them last game, especially with a Masha on the team. You have to expect that type of aggression from them, and I feel like maybe the calls on the field maybe need to be a little bit better to try to protect that your assets. You have to have this type of plan going in. We do see them taking out a Masha this time. They are going to be leaving open that Esmeralda, which was an interesting ban last time. Like T-Rex said, there are enough counters. There are enough ways to deal with an Esmeralda that it doesn't really need to be a priority ban. They do have first pick here, so let's see if it has changed their way of thinking of what they want to go for. I mean, Balmond is open, so maybe we'll see what G said was true, if that's what they wanted to go for.
Go for Kai instead, which, I mean, it's still a solid pick. And Wanwan is open. Now, I think Simpsons were actually thinking, all right, let's let them pick the Wanwan again, and then we get the Aerithel, right? So my question is with the Cold World most definitely probably picking up this Wanwan, does Ethereal respond back with the Aerithel themselves? Something to deal with the Wanwan. Are they going to be able to pull it off like Simpsons did last time?
And I mean, they pick up the Esmeralda, they pick up the Wanwan, which are, I mean, 2 solid picks. But we're gonna have to. Come on now, don't be doing this to me.
Yeah,
like Jesus. I've got
Ben counters Esmeralda, right?
Right.
Yes, he does.
Totally, definitely. That shield that he gets with his ultimate does not help Esmeralda any bit at all.
At all. I mean,
She looks cool though.
Oh my god. I didn't know this was a look contest.
I mean,
A look. Oh, so we are moving on to here. It looks like they are going to go ahead and pick up that Eve, and they do decide on the Franco.
I mean, into a Wanwan's always good.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you can get that suppress on him, but I mean, a Franco, especially at this tier, this level of competition, you need to be able to utilize more than just that bloody hunt. You're going to need to be able to utilize those iron hooks as well. And I wasn't too impressed with Blue Joy's ability on that before for the last game. Maybe it was because of the movement that we saw from the enemy team there. We do have kind of, I want to say, a little bit more stationary here with Luke Pierce on this Valmont, but Wanwan's still going to be able to dash around. Promise still has a movement speed boost that she can use there, so it's going to be interesting to see how Blue Joy can compensate for that with this Franco pick.
Most definitely. Now with the second bands coming in, we have the Atlas band out. Ethereal looking a little bit ahead, wanting to take out some of these tanks from the side of the Simpsons, and OSP also covering their bases by taking out that Aerithel, which I think is them from last draft to now. They're thinking about things. You know, they're like, all right, what can they counter us with, and let's get rid of that. And they do a very good job, I feel like, in these bans, in these drafts. Ethereal needing to make one final decision here, because after this, the Simpsons are going to have a pick up their sleeve.
I mean, what we're going to see here is that on the side of Ethereal, we need some absolute killers. Like, we're looking at a Franco Eve and an Akai. Like, where's your damage at? Like, you have like 3 supports right now. Akai can put a little bit of damage, but not compared to a Wanwan, a Selena, a Balmon. What were they going to respond here with, T-Rex?
I don't know, private?
I think, I mean, a Paquito works here. You can punish them when they do get caught into that real world manipulation. He's able to put on that damage onto like an AoE effect there. But we're going to go with a little bit more sustain on their side. And I agree, especially here in the early game, we're going to have a real problem with damage. You might be able to CC them down. Ruby doesn't really come into the late game. If Bujoy lands these hooks, who is going to be able to capitalize on that? We are really hoping for this late game, and this is going to have to be a very careful game from the side of Ethereal if you want to be able to capitalize on this type of composition.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of the Ruby tank. I'm not a huge fan of the Ruby off lane. Now, like you said, there is some late game possibilities for Ethereal here. There are some great combo possibilities for Ethereal. Ruby, when she's able to actually get part of these 5-mans, can help with the peel, can help with dealing with all of the dive possibilities from the Simpsons, right? Anytime that Selena tries to come in, she can stop her. Things like that. But that's when Ruby is actually involved with the team fights. So it's going to be a tough start, I feel like, for Ethereal. And the Simpsons being the team that they are, I think they're going to know this. They have the Balmond. They have the Selena. They're going to be aggressive. They're going to come in and try to take this, but take us into this game private.
Yeah, this is going to be game 2, possibly the last game, or possibly going to move us on to a game 3. Ethereal's chances are decided here against the Simpsons. Oh, and we already see a lot of aggression. Luke Pierce going to go ahead and sneak into this orange buff of Ethereal. Yeah, Cold World actually in a little bit of trouble, is trying to bounce his way back to safety. But even at the top, they get the red buff, but both Esmeralda and Selena from the Simpsons are cutting the lane. Bujoy might be in trouble, does get taken out, an early first blood to the Simpsons there.
Yeah, and you know, you talked about Luke Pearson. Luke Pearson, no matter whether like they win or lose, he's always a fun player to watch. When he was on the Benedetta, in the beginning of tonight, he was a lot of fun watching, making some insane plays, and now on this Ballman, I got a feeling that he's gonna thrive, and we're already seeing the Simpsons wanting to put on pressure. They know they have a Bujoy with the hook.
Yeah, nice hook on Davian. He is not on Amasha this time, so he does take the brunt of that damage and goes down.
Not only that, but Chef Teasy gets the kill for that, which should be able to help him. He already has a nice range, can kind of take on the 1-1-1-on-1, but this is going to scale him up even faster.
Yeah, scale him up even faster, but I just, like, they're going to have some control over the map as, like, Luke is constantly invading.
Yeah, and I mean, starving out this jungler as well. I mean, every single minion he takes from their jungle is one that has refused to linear.
I know that, but I mean, it is. I think they know that they can't compete though. Like in this early game, they can't really meet Luke Pierce face to face, and maybe they're just not trying. Wait a second though, Luke Pierce wants to force it.
Yeah, we do have the real world manipulation come down, but Promise senses it, and Ash Cutie's gonna have to disengage it quite quickly. Bujoy goes down again. It is a 1-for-2 game at this point, and they are on the purple buff, and there is nothing that Ethereal can do at this point.
That's 2 buffs stolen in 2.5 minutes for the side of the Simpsons. We're already objective of the Turtle also going over the Simpsons. They're taking a lot in this laning phase. They're taking so much from Ethereal. And yes, you gave Chef Teasy a kill in the early game, but I don't know if that's going to be enough at all when you're losing everywhere else on the map.
Oh, what a beautiful I'm offended to block that lethal counter. I mean, an incredible play, and hopefully they can keep that up for Ethereal there.
Yeah, Ruby was definitely offended. How dare Luke Pierce try to engage onto her. She was ready, and 1-2-3 doing a good job against Promise, against, you know, an Esmeralda in the off lane, holding his own with a hero that we don't see that much in the XP lane.
Hook does go out. Bujoy does go wide with it, but now we have a 3v3 as a Abyssal Arrow does go wide, but both teams thinking smart of this engagement are going to go ahead and reset on the map.
And I mean, what we're seeing here is that we're seeing at such a good gold lead by the side of the Simpsons right now. What can they do to turn this around? I feel like, again, the Ballmon's going to be the biggest problem here. So we're going to have to see Bujoy actually hit some of those suppressions and control a little bit of the map. We're seeing Luke just have that presence everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, they are getting starved out of this buff already, and there comes another lethal counter to grab up this buff. You have Promise coming in on that Esmeralda, and Abyssal Arrow does land on the linear, but Promise gets caught into a corner with that heavy spin, and this is going to put them in a decent position to try to get into this turtle, but 1-2-3 is not joined by the rest of his team, and is going to have to reset back into his lane as the rest of the team is moving down for the bottom.
You know, I have to say, with the fact that the Simpsons have stolen, I think that's the 3rd buff now, Ethereal's still doing a good job of not letting that gold lead get away, right? Like, they're barely behind right now, and they've lost a lot on the map, so I don't know if it's Clint in that bottom lane just really racking up a lot, or who's getting all the gold right now, because it feels like a Kai is not, right? It feels like Lanier has not really been able to farm, but now the Simpsons coming down.
Ah, Boojoy, this is all she wrote. Gets popped up and taken out under the tower. Nothing really able to stop the Simpsons there as that Abyssal Arrow doing its work.
And they're gonna eat this tower alive. And there's nothing really they can do. And again, I think it has to come down to that there's just no damage from the side of Ethereal here. And then, man.
Well, it's going to take some time, right? And that's their game plan from the start. And I think the best bet is just to kind of dance around, maybe even let the Simpsons be aggressive. Don't try to stop them all the time. If you have to, sacrifice a buff and just play in. But now with Chef Teasy taking a death, that late game just got pushed back even farther. Oh,
yeah,
Lanier though.
Your heavy spin does pin the Simpsons in a bad place. Damien is going to go ahead and try to get away. Is running out. Abyssal Arrow does land on the 1-2-3 there, but Damien goes down at the hands of Ash Cutie, and this real world manipulation promise does not care how close he is to the tower. Is charging in, and Nate as well, and they are in a bad way. Are Ethereal, but they are still going to be able to pick up this purple buff potentially. This might be is this the first purple buff that they're going to be able to pick up there?
So.
Congratulations to Linear there, as 1-2-3 is going to go ahead and disengage from Cold World. Going to have to expend that flicker.
Ethereal actually comes out on top there, gets 2 picks, gets their blue buff back. Still a little behind on gold, but they did show a little bit of promise there in that team fight, G.
Yeah, and that it also allows them to, you know, swap lanes. Now we're seeing the Wan go for more of the top lane, and then now they're going to be controlling the turtle here. It's just going to, again, come down to a little bit of macro, but I understand what you were saying, you know, like they're still not that far behind with losing everything.
Yeah, Luke Pierce is able to pick up another turtle. We do have a wild charge that pops up. The team Chef Teasy goes down, but Damien follows closely after. Boojoy in a little bit of trouble, does get taken out. Ash Cutie gets taken out by that passive of that damage. Cold World does take down Linear, and that is almost a complete wipe. 1-2-3, lonely at the bottom lane, trying to push.
1-2-3, not even like rotating up, just like, yep, you guys are dead. I guess I'll go back to base now, take my time with it. At this point, the Simpsons looking similar to last game. That gold lead now is starting to break, and what Ethereal needed to do was not let it break past that 3K point. You know, not let them get a full item or two ahead of them. And at this point, the Simpsons are completing that mission. It is a 4K gold lead, and the Simpsons are on a roll. If we take a look at Cold World, sitting at 5,700 gold, almost a full 1,500 above Chef Teasy. He's got the corrosion scythe in, he's got the DHS in. Now he's going to start working on this Wind Talker, and it just becomes a problem from here on. Able to be part of these team fights, able to cause a lot of issues. I think at this point, Ethereal needs to bring 1-2-3 in to the mix of things to help. Needs to be something to stand in between Ethereal and the Simpsons.
Linear just not had a blue buff. Oh, 1, I think.
Yeah, 1 buff there, but 1-2-3, I mean, only has a Has Claws and a Dominance Ice, so not enough to really be causing or tanking too much damage here in the first place. The team is kind of getting straddled into their towers right now, but Simpsons don't look like they're ready to start pushing just yet.
Ooh, conceal play.
Oh,
conceal play with the flicker.
Conceal play comes in there. We do have a nice spin there with an I'm offended onto the entire team there. Ash Cutie still trying to deliver some damage with that ultimate, the real world manipulation conceal play. Oh, and a hook lands on the Cold World. Are they going to be able to put the damage on there? Chef TZ answers, yes, they are. And Linear does latch on to Pierce as he is trying to spin his way to safety. Another hook lands onto him, but here comes the lethal counter. Is it going to be enough? He takes out Chef Deezy. Boojoy in a little bit of trouble. Gets taken down by Nate. And Luke Pierce able to get away with just the...
Not.
Gets taken down by Ash Cutie. And now they are still trying to disengage here. Promise has latched onto Ash Cutie. Does land that falling star moon and takes her down pretty quickly. 1-2-3 Kid not wanting to stay and have a greetings here is going to run to the tower. And that is a 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Simpsons.
Yeah, definitely excited for this one now. At this point, we did see some possibilities there. For a second, I thought Chef TZ was actually going to make the comeback, maybe even get the outplay onto Luke Pierce there. But Chef TZ, the damage is getting there. One of the good things about Clint is he only really needs that endless battle and one other item to start outputting raw damage. After that, it's just kind of a plus. I feel like his mid game, even if he takes those couple deaths, he can still come back. So we're sitting at the 10-minute mark. Lord is up. Cold World is starting it up. I'm wondering if Ethereal is going to try to make a play here to steal it.
Yeah, I mean, hesitation is not really what you want here. We do see Abyssal Arrow does land unoffended on the Promise. Is going to be able to put some damage and take her down. The Lord is going to be reset there. Linear is thinking twice about going in there, looking for his opening here as the rest of Ethereal is joining the fight, and the Lord does get reset. We do hear a conceal play happen there. Right now, Damien does put the boots on to Boojoy. We have a crossbow of Tank. Rest of the team is trying to get out of the way. It's 1, 2, 3. Takes the bulk of that ability, and now we do have a heavy spin onto Cold World, but it's not enough as Cold World able to get out of there, but does not have that crossbow of Tang ready or left to be able to finish the job.
Cold World is on fire right now. 4-1-2. Lord secured. The Simpsons trying to finish this game, like I said, very fast. They want to end it. They feel like Ethereal is starting to push back a little bit, starting to have a little bit of resistance, and OSP want to oppress that. They want to crush that tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think about it. Like, a lot of OSP has nothing but physical damage besides the Selena and the Esmeralda, and I mean, they're a little bit to deal with, but not too much that they have to completely counter it. So they're trying to counter Cold World here, but the push is coming in hard.
Yeah, we see the Abyssal Arrow does land on to Boojoy there. The Lord is crashing up on top. It is a non-luminous Lord, so not too much to fear. Another Abyssal Arrow lands onto 1, 2, 3 there, and we are left at only inhibitor towers as that Lord gets taken down quite quickly by Ethereal. But the job has been done. We do see Simpsons is trying to get a little bit more off of there. We do see a stun happening onto Boojoy down. Comes the real world manipulation as well. Does land.
Oh my god. Oh my.
We do see the Abyssal Arrow land on
oh my god.
Manipulation and Chef TZ. There's only one person left. Are they going to be able to stop it? It's all on Chef Cutie. And now she gets hit with that real. Oh my gosh. An Abyssal Arrow ends that. And this is going to be GG for Ethereal. Simpsons are going to be a little bit of a taunting here, but this is a well-played game by the Simpsons as they take their second victory over Ethereal.
And the Simpsons showing that just because they got knocked down to the lower bracket, they still got game. They still have a chance to claim victory in the NASL playoffs. And just showing that they definitely, I mean, from their draft to their gameplay to all of it, the Simpsons played a wonderful series tonight, making up for the loss we saw in their first series earlier.
That they did.
Yeah,
I mean, put in a lot of pressure and did not let off of Ethereal there. Private.
Yeah, I mean, and Cold World went off. They did their best, did Ethereal to try to shut down this Wanwan beforehand, but man, 36% damage, 63% turret damage on a Cold World here. Definitely deserving of that MVP. And man, there was just, like we said, there was not enough damage. There were even a lot of really good hooks and iron hooks by Boojoy, but the team did not have the damage until we moved into the later part of that game where Chef TZ had finally picked up that Blade of Despair, was able to start putting that damage down, but by then it was already too late. The rest of the Simpsons able to kind of collapse around him once they knew he was a threat, and that kind of was all she wrote, as it was all Simpsons kind of coming in there into the late game.
All she wrote, murder she wrote. The Simpsons take that game. Ethereal, GG's, well played. I'm not going to recall spam on you tonight. You guys did good. You played throughout the season. You made your games. You showed that you are a team that wants to compete in NA tonight. And for that, I am thankful, right? So thank you. You made it until the end. And until next time, we'll see Ethereal in the next draft, hopefully. But tonight, the Simpsons will move forward along with Deuce Knights into the losers bracket. Definitely excited to see how the rest of the playoffs continue, but that will be it for all of the series tonight. But don't leave just yet, because as you guys know, we had a big sponsor this weekend, Eclipse.gg. Private has done a wonderful job at promoting it tonight with the commercial status talk about them, but we are now going to be going into the giveaway. G, drum roll, please.
Nah.
Someone cue the giveaway music.
So I've already pulled all of the names from the combination of my Discord, the NASL, a lot of the areas that we've done a lot of promotions, and I've compiled all the names. I've kept it up to date. I've been keeping an eye on it while everything's been going on here at the NASL. So it's going to be a combination. This is our wonderful wheel. As you can see, the world is upside down, and that's just how life is sometimes.
Hold on. Do we want to give any last people a chance to join? Do we want to do like a quick 5-minute possibility for some teams to do this?
Go
for those that don't know, you can join this 10 cents giveaway right now. It takes a second to do it, but what you need to do is join the Discord. There's actually rules for it in the description, but you're going to join the Discord. You're going to go into the league announcements or copy the link in the description to join our Discord, and then you're going to join Eclipse.gg. Make an account, screenshot that account, and post it in the Eclipse event channel in our Discord. We'll give you guys just a few minutes to do that if you want to join the giveaway. I know it's a couple things you got to do, but that's the rules. And what Eclipse.gg is, Private, do you want to give them a quick lowdown? Not as long as the last one, a quick one. Quick commercial.
Well,
you got like
you guys
15
don't know,
seconds.
Oh, geez.
Eclipse is an automated clipping service. So if you guys don't know, if you're a content creator, it is a service that goes ahead and creates highlights from your streams automatically without any work on your side. So all you have to do is make an account, upload some of your videos, and it will automatically detect when your kills are, when your game and match wins were, and create highlight reels there for you to automatically upload to the stream service of your source, be it YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Instagram, or Twitter, or whatever have you, wherever you want to load it up. And it does that automatically for you without any effort by you. And it automatically, like I said, I repeat, it automatically creates highlights. All you have to do is upload your entire stream, your entire video, and it will calculate where your kills were, where your great plays were, and where your matches ended for you to create highlights for you. So it's a great tool for any of you with any types of aspirations for being a content creator.
Most definitely.
Was that fast enough?
That was fast enough. Now,
Hit the dog. The dog breath on him.
now let's make sure we got something to record these. Well, I guess we're recording it literally, so we don't have to record the names anywhere.
I am
wanna be
recording
clear.
the names. I am recording the names as well.
You don't. I want to be like, they don't have to be here to get the reward. We'll be keeping all of these tabs. We will expect, a check-in. We'll post all of these names in the Discord. One thing you do need to be is in our Discord to be able to claim this prize, obviously.
Yeah.
You need to have done and followed the rules. A lot of people have signed up, as you can see all the names on the wheel. But we will be contacting all of these people tomorrow to get all of this in check, because we have to follow you have to follow us, etc., etc. It's a whole ordeal. But if your name gets called and you watch this stream an hour later or something, because maybe you're on a different time zone or something like that, you can still claim your prize. Now, G, doesn't look like anyone else has signed up, so if you want to get this bad boy spinning.
All right, man. We're going to be rolling the first roll. 1 out of 10 here.
Wait, we have one. We have an entry. Emil. Emil.
Oh,
Last
so close.
minute.
Last minute join. Clutch.
All right. Well, maybe
Slid
give
in
a couple
there.
more seconds. You never know. You never know. Give it a second here. They definitely, they have to join the Discord. They got to click the internet page and, all of that other stuff. And maybe some people forgot their email, Sometimes that happens, right? Sometimes that definitely happens. But we added them to the wheel with no problem here. So we'll give it a second here. Just, listen, what's a potato music noise?
a potato music noise? I don't
Yeah,
know
like
your
what
hands-
type of instruments does a potato play?
He plays the leaf blade. You know, like when you put the little piece of the
He
grass
actually has-
blade when you put it between your thumbs and you.
What thumbs?
Yeah, you're right. He whistles. He whistles. That's about all he can do.
All right, well, I think we'll go ahead and go through with it. If any of you guys definitely sign up after this, I appreciate it. Much love. But let's go ahead and do our first draw here. A little bit of a drum roll. And hiya!
Hiya. Who is it? I can't see it.
So the first person that took the first epic skin,
Oh, he hasn't spun it yet.
Glow. Glow is the first winner of the skin here. We are
Glow?
going to be removing the name as soon as they do win one skin, that which doesn't allow duplicates here. So we'll be going into the next
Did
skin
you
here.
say the Glow? Oh my
Glow?
God, Glow won.
Do you know Glow?
Do we
Are you
yeah,
friends
do we
with
know
I
Glow?
sure do.
Glow,
Uh-oh.
your friend?
Uh-oh.
I think
Wait,
Glow
is
is like
his
one of the
name
first
out?
people to sign up.
Was he-
I don't know. Who knows? I mean, everybody wants an
Sekiro
epic
was.
skin, right?
Do we put Secure on this?
I didn't because I wasn't sure if she was doing a test or not. Should I put her on there?
God, yeah. Put
All
Secure.
right,
Yeah, I'm
all right,
Secure.
All right, hold on. I mean, that's all. We got 9 skins left. Don't hate on me.
Oh my God.
Oh,
This guy.
listen.
Did you put my name on there?
No, are you supposed to go on there?
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeesh. Don't shoot the wind spiller, bro. You know the wind spiller. You know what it is. I'm gonna have to get a real one in the room next time for you, because like
Should've done the
T-Rex.
duck race.
Oh, the duck race, Jesus. No, I don't know. The
love
duck
duck
race
race.
is like, if what I am gonna
For
do
10
here is,
people?
now that the first person won, I'm gonna hit like a huge reshuffle here. Get a good reshuffle.
Whoa.
Yep.
I
Yep.
don't like that.
I shuffled all the names up. It's gonna be a little bit
Gross.
wild and a little bit random. You can't say nothing. We're gonna be going for the next spin here. Number 2. Frostbite with a Y.
Frostbite. Actually, no Frostbite. He's in the stream.
Frostbite with a Y instead of an I.
Is there another Frostbite on the wheel?
Yeah. Is there a
Hey.
Frostbite with an eye?
Listen, I'm gonna have to wear a bulletproof vest around you guys. You're taking shots too often, you know. All right, number 3.
I gotta turn down G after tonight.
Uh-oh. Am I too loud for you?
No, I'm just joking.
5. 5 takes number 3. Number 3 on the list here. Number 3.
Oh, 5 is number 3. I was
5
confused.
is number
His
3.
name is 5.
But who's
That's
on
the-
first?
5 is number
Who's
3.
on
We're going
first?
on to 4. 4.
Oh God.
Call
my
me
ears.
Alvin. Call me Alvin does get number 4. Alrighty, let's go to number 5. I don't think it is number 5 this time. Ooh. I don't even know how to say this name. I think it's D-R-I-N-P.
I
Drimp
can't see.
224.
Drimp?
Oh, there it is. Drimp.
Drimp.
Yeah,
Drimp
That's a cool name. Like
224.
Scrimp?
Welcome. Congrats to giveaway. I think that was number 5. This wheel keeps moving on me. All right. Number 6. Oh,
Cool it.
Randall
Oh,
Storm.
Oh, my boy Randall.
Randall gets number 6. Okay.
I like Randall. Randall's a cool guy.
I like Randall.
I don't think he ever watches the NASL, but he's a cool guy.
Ooh, the next person is Satan.
Say, How dare you, Satan? Come on, Satan.
Dude, stealing all of the wins tonight. No, I'm joking. That's number 7. We're gonna be moving on to number 8.
This is what I mean, Aiko is meant to do.
I know.
Run a giveaway,
PK Rhythm 12.
Aiko should be a bingo guy.
Jesus, I'm that old.
B72.
I'm that old, huh? All right, number 8 into number 9. Who's got it?
If it was me doing this, I'd be like, number 8.
Right on the line, but it goes to Liam. Alrighty. Remove Liam out of here. Now we are on number 10, the last one of the night. We're gonna have to, I'm gonna need the potato to do a drum roll, even though he doesn't have hands. And I'm gonna need to hear something from T-Rex. All right, 3, 2, 1. It's D Glass 1224.
Oh, D Glass. That's actually because he's been in the stream for the past like 2 days, so I respect that a lot.
The grind is real.
Wow, D Glass, yeah, he is here too.
Yeah.
The last one to sign up there. All right, now we have all 10 names. And I'll just give a quick shout out to all who won. We got Glow, Frostbite with a Y, 5, Call Me Alvin, D, Drip 224, Randall, Satan, PK Rhythm,
Satan.
12, Leon with 2 M's, and then D Glass 1224. Congrats to everybody that won an epic skin. We'll announce some more information of how to get those skins here coming up. It'll be announced in the NASL Discord, so definitely make sure to tune in. And big shout out to Eclipse.
Yeah, big shout out to Eclipse for sponsoring. Like, seriously, we appreciate it. And everyone who like got involved in this, we thank you guys as well. And I do honestly believe that Eclipse is an amazing service. I remember the first time G told me about it, like I think 3 or 4 months ago. I was like, oh my god, this is golden. This is gonna save me so much time. And I'm not just saying that because they're sponsoring us or anything. Like, this is something I've recommended to other streamers before all this. But the main thing I want to get is like, to those who supported and helped out with this, thank you, because this is how we get sponsored. Like, sponsorships want things in returns, and by you guys supporting it, you're supporting us in a sense. You're helping us secure future deals with future companies to get sponsorships. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been an amazing opportunity for us and for you guys to get some skins. I'm so happy that it wasn't just to help with the prize pool, but they even thought to help us with a giveaway for you guys, which is just a super awesome as well. A nice little reward for you guys for watching the streams and everything.
Yeah, definitely.
So with that, I think we are done for the night. It's definitely been a long one, guys. I feel like tonight I was feeling it by those last games. Everyone that stuck around through the stream the whole time, thank you so much. Private, take us out.
Yeah, that was it tonight, guys. We move on tomorrow. Next week, I believe.
I was like, wait a second.
Move on to the second round of the playoffs, and what an amazing matches that we saw here tonight. Great games played by all teams. Unfortunately, not everybody is meant to be number 1, and we are finding that out slowly here as we progress. But man, what an impressive night here, guys.
Most definitely, and I can't wait until next week. Hopefully it comes soon. We'll see you guys next time in the draft.